How's it going, everybody? Jody in here, and we're back in Stormworks for what is probably going to be another long video. I don't know. These Stormwork videos, man, they go on for hours. They're like 3-4 hours. I don't even notice the time going by, honestly. It's just, I look down at the timer and it's like, oh shit. um, so, today, what I'm going to be working on is, and I started this last night. Late last night, and I was like, "Shit, I should be doing a video on this." Um, because if you remember, I think 4 videos ago, I revisited my sea base and um, realized that there was a lot of things that came out after my sea base was built that I have not done to my sea base, and I actually really like it. I really like the sea base idea. I like the idea of, like, taking an undersea base somewhere, sinking it, and then exploring the undersea. Um, so last night I was playing around, and I got I got some more work done on the sea base. First off, I was like, okay, I got to solve a couple of problems. And the first problem is the sea base needs taken somewhere because it doesn't have the ability to get there on its own. And that was my first thought. I was like, what if I made the sea base capable of getting to a location on its own? Um, and I thought, well, how can I do this? I could do it with I could have like maybe a small submersible kind of tug that docks with it, or I could have, I could just have like a little amphibious kind of tow vehicle to take it to its location instead of the big monster of a lifter, instead of the big monster of a vehicle, like because I want to keep it simple. And I thought, well, what's more simpler than having the damn base take itself there? So last night I thought about that, and I was like, okay, well, what if I put some propulsion on it? A very small amount of propulsion. And so I did that. I put 2 propellers, and in this rear ballast tank, I stuck an engine or a motor. I stuck an electric motor with a couple of gearboxes to gear it up, and then I was like, well, what if I just toss a couple of propellers on the one end of it, and away we go. And I was like, okay, so I did that, and it worked. It doesn't travel at super speeds by any means, but it works. So I started with one rudder, and then I realized, this is a very long vessel and it doesn't steer well with one rudder. So I added a couple more rudders, and it steers very well now. Um, I also realized that I didn't have air, because when I built this originally, there was no air. There was no air. There was no pressure. There was no oxygen or hydrogen, or there was none of that. So, looking at the sea base, I was like, okay, well, a major issue I'm going to have is that there's no, even if I, take this to a location where there's an undersea rescue, for example, like I did yesterday, and I sink it, there is no oxygen on board. There's no air on board, which is why when I checked my patients, I noticed that one of the patients was still losing health. I was like, okay, why is that patient still losing health when I took them out of the bed? It's because there was no air in the damn boat, or in the ship, so they were losing health. So I was like, oh, okay, we need to put in an oxygen system. And I did my best to try to satisfy that, You can see there's some tanks over here. There's some tanks on both sides, and in the center, I cut the the ballast tank itself ran the whole length of the bottom of the this actually here, this whole thing was ballast tank, along with the ends. You can see the ends are connected to that via this opening here, which is on both ends. So the ballast tanks were these end caps, both end caps, as well as underneath this this tank underneath, and they were already split in the middle. The ballast tank was already split in the middle because of the camera placement. See how the camera placement is indented? What I had was at that indent, I just had a wall, which I've now removed that wall, replaced it with just a little kind of hump to cover up the bottom of the camera, and I've sectioned this area off, and I've made an electrolysis system in this small area. So there's the electrolysis machine here, and it creates hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen I just pump out. I'm not saving it for anything right now. It's just going out. The oxygen is taken by the white lines out to the tanks and stored. Now I do believe I'm going to have to put some pumps on these, because right now there's no pumps, and I don't think the oxygen system is capable of pressurizing the tanks. The electrolyzer creates the oxygen, but it doesn't do anything with it because it can't put them under pressure into the tanks. So I do think I have to fix that with some pumps. But I was looking at the design and going, okay, if I'm going to work on this, I could actually do some modifications to it. And I don't know how extensive those modifications are going to be. I don't know how long they'll take, and I don't know if it's really a good idea to do or not. Right now it's a fairly stable platform, and I'm wondering if I start doing the modifications I'm thinking of doing, which includes adding 2 more wings, one out this way and one out this way. I'm kind of wondering if that's going to cause some havoc, because this center section right now has a lot of stuff in it that I would have to move to make that happen. For example, like if I come in here, it doesn't look like it's much. It looks like, okay, this center section's a hallway. It's just a hallway with the what's it called, the airlock. It's an airlock, a hallway, and a little console station. So no big whoop, But if you look behind the walls, there's stuff on this side. There's piping and everything on this side hidden over here. There's more piping and everything over here. And if you go over here, behind this wall over here, there's more piping and stuff over here. And if you look above all this, there's controllers. And if I go in here, there's... Where are we here? Hold on. I gotta find that other room that's got controllers in it. Here we are. There's controllers all over here. And all these little microprocessors that are very, very important to to this build. I have them just all strewn about in the hollows of the hull of this build, and so it's not necessarily going to be an easy task to move all of this stuff, to basically extend this section out and extend this section out to make, two kind of wings off the sides. So I was trying to think of some other options, and one other option could be to expand this side out, like kind of do it off. They kind of do an off balance thing. So I could extend arms out this, or I could copy this area here and like place it on either side. But then, like I said, that would unbalance the build, because then you would have a lot of air over here, not much air over here. So it would go down. This side would go down first. This side would resist going down. So as you can see, my center of mass is currently, and this was done very deliberately. The center of mass is pretty much as close to this door as I can get, because I wanted this door is actually center, the center of the vehicle. So I tried to keep the center of mass as close to the center of the vehicle as I can, so there's not an off balance when I'm sinking it, or when I'm pulling it down to the sea floor. But anyways, so last night when I was working on all this, I came up with an oxygen system. Like I said, I have an oxygen system here, and I never actually realized how easy it is to set up an oxygen system. It's actually really easy, and I'm not talking about this stuff down here like actually creating the oxygen system. I don't even know if this is going to work down here, because these things here are desalination filters, and I don't know if they need changed. I don't know if the desalination filters actually need changed or cleaned out or what. Right now I'm just pumping in seawater from the outside through, you can see these vents here. I pump in the seawater and it goes through the desalination filter and fills this area with fresh water. And then the electrolysis machine processes that fresh water into, of course, hydrogen and oxygen. But like I said, I don't know if that system actually works, because I start with pressurized air already in the system, and that's the system that I have here. I never actually realized, and this was what I was getting to, how easy it is to program an automatic oxygen system. Because the way I've programmed it is this is my spaghetti mess here. This is how complicated this build has gotten. Look at this. I can't even tell what goes where. I hover over a dot and just go, okay, what is this? Oh, that's the magnets for the floor, or for the feet. And so they just kind of spread out that way. And I got stuff up here. I don't know what number averager. Oh, that's the battery. That sums up how much power is in the battery systems, because there's 4 batteries. So that sums up the battery power and then outputs it to a display. All right. So, but there's this is my spider web. This is what I call my spider web. And I have an 8 number averager over here, and the 8 number averager is for the oxygen tanks. I shouldn't say averager. I should say adder. It adds up, because the oxygen tanks, batteries are 0 to 1. If it's 1, it's charged. If it's 0, it's empty. So with the battery, you could just average it. You can take the 4 batteries and you can average it and find out, what the power level of your base is. With the oxygen tanks, it's a little different, because the oxygen tanks actually output the liters of oxygen that's in the tank. So you can't just take an average of that and say, oh, here's the level of your tanks. You actually have to add them up and then put them on a gauge. So that's what I did here. I have an 8 number adder, because I have 8 air tanks, and then that adds them up and outputs it to the oxygen display to let me know how many liters of oxygen I have in the system, which goes surprisingly fast. I'm actually amazed how fast the oxygen goes down. Anyway, so I have a pressure gauge as well that reads how much air pressure, and this was so simple to set up. I never even thought of doing this before, to check on just the pressure inside of a base or whatever. I have a pressure sensor, and I attached it to a vent. That's it. That's all there is to it. And with that, I'm reading the pressure of the room, like how much air pressure is in the room. If it's below 1 atmosphere, add oxygen. If it's above 1 atmosphere, don't touch it. Leave it alone. And it's that simple. So I was able to key an automated system using a pump and a valve to just pump in oxygen as needed. I haven't run out of oxygen because at some point, it hits 1 psi and just stays there. So I've never actually run out of oxygen in my testing. But I'm assuming you probably could, which is why I put in the electrolyzer tank underneath. So let's. I've been talking for about 15 minutes here. Let's spawn it in, and I'll give you a quick demo of that system. Come on, game, save. Get that save lag out of here. All right. So we'll head to the other side over here and get sucked in with the door. Whee! Oh, I also redid this room, which made it a hell of a lot better. Though the water now goes out so much faster, and the reason the water goes out so much faster is because I revamped this room. So you can see there's a port over the door, and what this port does is allows air in from the main area. So the air basically, all this is there's a port here, there's a pipe above the door, like not a pipe. There's a port here, there's a pipe just above it. Over the door there's an air, or I should say a gas filter. So liquids won't go between these two ports, but gases will. So with that said, and then it comes down into another corner and then out here. So it's just this room and that room are linked as far as gases go, like air and oxygen and that kind of stuff, but not liquids. So water can't go through this port, but air can. And then I kind of did the same thing behind the walls. Because these things are really not biased at all. So what happens is the water gets pulled out of here, and it's not just water that gets pulled out of here, it's also air that gets pulled out of here. And what I did was, in the piping behind the wall, I made splits. So it comes up to a T, and on the one side of the T is a gas filter that lets air through, and on the other side of the T is a liquid filter that lets water through. So the water filter then goes out the roof. The piping for the water filter goes out the roof, but the piping from the air filter, the filter that lets the air come through, it actually cycles back into this chamber through these vents here. So air and water get sucked out the bottom. When this room is clearing, air and water get sucked out the bottom. The air is separated from the water, and then the air gets put back in when the water gets expelled. So that's why this runs so much faster now, because it's not trying to create a vacuum in this room, which is what it was doing before. It can get air from over here, and it also cycles back the air that was already in this room to minimize how much air it's sucking from here. So that's why it's working much more efficiently now, because it's not actually trying to create a vacuum in this room when it's emptying, because these are airlocks. These you can vacuum that room if you have a pump strong enough. You can actually vacuum all the air out of that room and take it down to a 0 atmosphere, or as close to a 0 atmosphere as you can possibly get. So here's the oxygen station, as I said, and this is the only port here that has. This is basically the vent for the whole boat, or for the whole station, for the whole underwater station. So I just like to open the hatches when I'm here, just to make it easier to get around. So anyway, this station, which I revamped this station to make it, you know, a little cleaner. So I have all the winch controls over here. I have the surface platform and the foot magnets here. Over here I have the ballast tanks, which I moved their displays. They were like one ballast display was here, one was here, so it was kind of weird. So I just put them together over here with the button. I put a light. I moved the anchor lock light from the deck up here, and I also moved the external lights from here to up here. I created a button for leveling off the winches, but I haven't actually created that system yet. So you know, when you're on the winches and you're down, you're pulled down to the bottom. If the bottom's not level, you can press this button and it'll level off the winches, like it'll let out a little bit from the. If it's tilted, like this side of the boat is tilted downwards, and you hit this button, the winches will let out a little bit, so it'll come back up. And the same for the roll. Rolling left to right, it'll. I'm thinking that I should be able to do the left to right. I definitely want to do the front to back, because that makes a huge difference. Front to back, you know, whether that side has more cable winched in than this side, that makes a huge difference. But anyways, here's the oxygen system. I have a button here to flood the freshwater tank, and you can see freshwater is very slowly made. That's 4 pumps running through 4 filters, and that is as fast as it goes. 4 pumps are running through 4 filters. That is as fast as she goes. So the water tank is capable of holding, I think, like 4,000 or 5,000, something like that. So that's as fast as it goes. Now, this is the pressure in the oxygen system itself. So this is like the pressure in the oxygen tanks and whatnot. This is the air pressure in the base, and this is the oxygen storage level. This is how many liters of oxygen I have in the tanks. So I got the tank pressure, I got the tank amount, and I have the atmospheric pressure from the fluid port here. And then of course I have the generator I can flip on, and I can also flip on the air vent system. So if I flip on the air vent system, you see it give a little shot, and it goes up to 1.01, bleeds down a little tiny bit, and then it will probably stay at 1 psi. So you don't actually go through you don't actually go through that much oxygen on these on the ship, or on the vessel. It's actually relatively slow. Turn that off. I also fixed the camera display here so it's not as blendy into the wall. It actually looks like a system. I moved the glitcher generator controls. I moved onto the wall, so it's actually accessible, because I did find a glitch generator. It's behind the wall here, kind of above the battery there. So I put it there. And in order to facilitate the new propulsion system, I did put a room back here. I cordoned off this little section here. I took out 2 beds and cordoned off this corner to make a steering or a control room. And the control room has a camera on the front of the boat, or the front of the ship. It has a depth gauge, high gear, cruise control, speeds, camera can go to infrared mode too for nighttime. Yeah, and it basically just runs from here. You could steer the boat right from here. So which is kind of weird, because I'm actually facing sideways, so the front of the boat is that way, or the front of the station is that way. So I'm actually not facing the same direction as I'm driving. As you can see, I'm facing that way. and the front is that way. So, and there's the camera on the front. Just a little camera on the top. There is another camera up here on the what I affectionately like to call the uh, son of a bitch. I just had the word and it slipped. Periscope. Oh my god. I affectionately call it the periscope. So there is a camera also up here on the periscope, but that camera is monitored from the radio room, which is this room over here. You can see the display in there. That's the radio room. So it's monitored from the radio room. The radio frequency is on the platform 121. So any boats come along, they can see the platform, they can see the camera, they can see the antenna on the roof, and then they'll see 121, and that's the radio frequency for that room, or for that radio. But anyways, before I get too far away from the platform here, can I go back to the workbench? I cannot. I already went too far away from the platform. All right. Full reverse. Because I'm not done with this. We're gonna work on this base. I would like to. I want to redo the electrolysis system because that tank ain't big enough. Well, not that the tank isn't big enough. It's just there's not enough space in the tank. It's a very small tank. And there's not enough space in the tank to put a lot of pumps, to put like a high efficiency system that will basically process the water quickly. And I don't know if the desalination filters are really the best option for this. You can, in Stormworks, boil water and create steam. You can also, in Stormworks, create... what the hell are they called? Create processing towers for like heating up fluids, and I showed that last time when I did the this guy right here, this distillation port. Now, I was supposed to look up whether the distillation port can be used to distill water. I know it can be used because it outputs different fluids based on the height relative to the bottom of the compartment. I know it can be used for distilling oil to various gases, so you can distill it to like diesel. You can get jet fuel. You get that kind of stuff. And I actually built one of those towers. Let me put a load in here. I actually built one of those towers when I was doing my oil rig design. I built a desalination tower for where is that? Oil fractioning system. There it is. So I did build a desalination tower to split diesel fuel and jet fuel from oil. And you can see here, all it does is it heats it up. It uses an electric heater right here, and it heats up the oil that comes in. So the oil comes into the system here at this pipe, goes through the heater, where it is heated to a specific temperature, which I believe furnace heat. Yeah. So yeah, this is the full controller. So full open. So yeah, so when the oil reaches a temperature of 390, it does a full open, and the flow valve is allowed to flow. and the flow is adjusted based on the temperature. So if it's 380, then it only opens at 90%. If it's 370, it only opens at 80%. So it basically it keeps the flow of the oil low until it heats up. But that said, as you see here from the furnace coolant temperature. That said, if this system can be set up so that instead of oil, it cooks water, makes steam, which you only have to bring it up to 100 degrees, of course, then we can capture that water and process it out. So, and you see how that works here. What happens is this down here is a fluid storage. Basically, the bottom of the tower section here is a fluid storage. I don't know how easily I can show that. So the fluid fills this area here, and the reason it is such a small area is so it doesn't take a long time to heat up. That's why it's such a small area. And that's one of the tricks of this tower. You have to get the smallest area possible inside. But you also, with as far as the diesel and the jet fuel go, you have to have certain heights. Like your tower has to be a certain height for that to actually for it to function and properly create the diesel and jet fuel. I don't know if that's the same for water. I might just need a very, very short tower to boil off water and like have the desalination thing like right here, maybe. I don't know. But anyways, so you have on the inside you have this cone, which is upside down, and so it'll be upside down like right here on the inside. You can kind of see it when I do this. You can see the cone there. And what happens is that cone, you get off gases. So you can see I have a vent here and a vent here. So like gas, air gas goes out. But on this thing, there's a pipe at the top. You can see that hole right there, that circular hole right there. And that's where the fluid comes out. That's where the fluid comes out. So you can see the holes I have going in. You can see there's 3 holes here, 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 and then it goes down into the top of this thing. That is how you get the fluid out. So, and you can see that first one is, of course, pumping out the jet fuel. Or the diesel fuel, sorry. That first one's pumping out the diesel fuel. So I don't know if this can be used for water. It would be worth testing. Just to see if it does work. Because if it does work, that's going to provide us with a lot more water than probably the desalination system will provide us with. So let me do a really quick search here. Stormworks salt water to fresh water. And what is this thing called? What is this little thing called? Distillation port. Fractional distillation port. Using fractional distillation. Can you do it? The desalination update. How to turn salt water into fresh water. Simple, improvised. That is not Stormworks. What? Oh, so apparently there's a glitch. Apparently there's a water glitch too. Functional and balanced desalinizationer to turn seawater into fresh water. The machine uses an infinite fluid glitch to dispose of seawater and generate fresh water. Oh my god. Oh my god. Huh. So this is funny because there's a guy that replies, so it's a bug exploit, and once they fix it, it won't work anymore, and probably break every creation that uses it. Yeah. I did. With that. With that. the yeah, about that glitch. They're eventually gonna fix it. Yeah, right. Oh my god. Do you know how long it's? You know how long the flywheel glitch has been in Stormworks? It's. Let's just say the flywheel glitch has been in Stormworks so long that some of my earliest builds have the flywheel glitch. Not all of them, but some of them. Uh, yeah. So now I'm looking at what this guy built though, and it does not look like he used this distillation port. It almost looks like I don't. What is that he's using on there? It's got a strange like almost a snake pattern on the side of it, but I don't see anything here that matches. So I'm not exactly sure what that is that he's using, but it has a weird snake pattern on it. Uh, and when I say snake pattern, I just mean a line that like starts here and then goes this way and then this way and then this way and then this way and then this way. So it's like a snake pattern, but I have no idea what that actually is. Um, I don't I don't actually remember seeing a component that has that kind of texture to it. Because I would love to know what he's using. Um, but yeah, there's uh, there's nothing I'm seeing here that has that specific pattern on it, and I don't think it's a fluid slot port. Definitely not. It's not going to be a radiator. It's not a heat sink. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell that is. That he's used for that. But he has it's small. Whatever it is, it's small. Actually, no, it isn't. It's big, and there's big pipes on it. That doesn't even look. That doesn't even look like Stormworks. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't look like Stormworks. It doesn't look like. It doesn't look like the parts that we have available. Like the picture that I'm looking at has big pipes. Like they're they're double the size of. Actually, they're more than double the size of the small. They're almost as big as the tanks that he's got on there, the fluid tanks. So he has these tanks on there, and these pipes are literally like the size of the end of that tank, like that top end, that top end of the tank. I'm not talking about the hole. I'm not talking about the little black hole. I'm talking about the top end of the tank. So the pipes that he has on there are like this size. They're huge, and Stormworks doesn't have those. So I don't know where the hell he got those. Um, and they're not a build. Like they're not a unless he's using like modified parts, like modded parts or something. Because that's huh, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Hmm. So, it's kind of interesting. Um, let's. Yeah, I was just doing some reading here on some different things that people have been trying. Oh, hi, Peppers. I can pick up my Peppers. Let's put you down there. Oh, we're down here now with you. There you go. Okay, so I need a build platform that is not on the water. I don't know if there is one here. I know there's that build platform there. I think is there another one over here somewhere? I don't think there's a land build platform in this area though. Tunable. No. I know there's containers over here, but I don't think there's a build area with the containers. But I do need a build area. Okay, so we got nothing. No build area here. And I don't actually think there's any kind of build area around here for anything like that. Okay, let's go to a place where I do know there is a build area, which is, that's the train build area. I know there's one here, but that's under a roof. I don't want to be under a roof. There's a launch pad over here. You just want a regular vehicle build area. That is, I think there's a dock there. Okay, where are my islands? There's my islands. Not the Coast Guard outpost. Where's the other big island? No. 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 Where's my other big island? Ah, here it is. Oh wait, but this one builds in a hangar too, doesn't it? Ah, fuck it. Whatever. We'll just go to there. Alright. It's a big hangar, so there'll be enough room to build in here. Okay. So we're gonna build some testing machines here, testing equipment. First thing I'm gonna do, I do want to grab kind of some of this. Um, just to, where's the resize? I want to kind of grab this tower. the desalination tower itself. Why is the tower floating? Oh, it's not. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I want to grab the tower itself. And we'll see. Yeah. Copy. New. Yes. And bring it down. Okay. So we'll see what we got here. As far as this goes, I need to import an unlimited power system so I can do testing. So let us load in Glitchy Boy. You Glitchy Boy, where are you? There you are. Loading Glitchy Boy here. Paste. And we'll just attach those at the bottom here, at the back. Merge. Okay. Now, our controller really only needs to boil the stuff. Or I should say the heater just needs to boil it. Boil the water. We're gonna put some tanks. Actually, let's just make a big fluid tank. That way we're not screwing around with any kind of stupid nonsense. Yeah, okay. I'll just make a water tank over here like this. Quick water tank. Okay. So we'll put a drain in the floor over here. Actually, I think that drain's bigger. How big is that drain? That's fine. And we gotta rotate it. There we go. Okay, so drain in the floor. Connect it to the pump pipe. Like so. And just because I'm a stickler for color-coded pipes. Okay, so that should heat that up, and then it'll come out here and go into the tower. All right. So that'll heat it up. Right now it's set to heat it up to 350 degrees, but that's a little too much, I think. Whoops. Fluid. Oh, come on. Fluid. I need a liquid meter in there, and I'm going to need a liquid spawner in there. So we'll throw our liquid meter here, and we'll need a spawner. Put that over here. Okay. Actually, let's put those. Let's embed those. Fluid spawner we'll embed in this wall. And then the fluid meter. Color it so I can spot it on the outside. Put it on that wall. Okay. And we want to spawn seawater. Okay. So there's our seawater tank. All right. Now this needs adjusted. Okay, let's crack it open at 100. Or let's crack it open at 90, maybe. Crack it open at 90, 100, 10. Then we'll go 115, 20, 25, 30. We'll just keep working our way up. 30, 35, 30. Well, 35. 140 and 145. Okay, so the temperature gets up to 145, it'll be full open. Now, I'm not sure what I'm going to get out of this system, so that's what I kind of need to check. So let's update this controller. Okay, so that's the controller for the valve here, as well as I believe it controls the pumps too, which I'll have to hook electricity up to yet. Let's put a battery in the system just to make sure we got powers. It has the power. We'll attach it back there just for shits and giggles. Okay, so generator charges the battery, battery fires everything up. Looking good so far. Okay, and make sure everything is all connected. So that, turn that on, it turns those on, turns the heater on. That's the temperature reading. I guess this is going to be water temperature now. Water temp, and we'll go up to 200. Actually, we'll go up to, yeah, we'll go up to 200. So water temp up to 200. Pump, pump, pump. That there, that there. Okay. And then we'll see what we get out of these by just bringing them down in tanks. I'll have, we'll put a large tank here. Large tank here and a large tank over here. We'll run the pipes up. So the first large tank will be the bottom. Second large tank will be the top. These altitudes were set for fuel, so I don't even know if these altitudes are necessary. But we're gonna start with them because that's what I know they work at with the fuel. So if they work with the water, then this is probably the safest test. This is probably the safest test here. Okay, and I want only fluid in the tanks. I don't want gas or anything like that. So we are going to 0 down. I don't want to, you know what, I'll set it to slurry. That way if it says there's slurry in the tank, I know it's bullshit. Alright, and I need to do a little bit of work here. Okay, because I only want water in these tanks. So I need a T valve, or I need a T pipe, I should say. So we'll do a T pipe here, T pipe here. We'll do gas filters off the side, like so. And we'll do liquid filters off the bottom, like so. And then outgassing like so. Okay, and I just screwed up. So, we'll do this again. Because now that we have pressurized systems, we got to make sure we have proper vent ports. So I actually need to come up one there, okay, and over here, like so. Change that back to slurry, empty, slurry, empty. Okay, now on the bottom of this, I have to do the same thing. And a corner. Actually, I don't think that I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll see what happens. We got a gas valve, and a port. So when it's pumping the fluid in, the air in the tank can go out. So no air gets into the tank, and the air gets expelled when the tank's being filled. And conversely, in the same note, if the tank was getting emptied, it would be able to suck in air. So, you know, whatever. So that should be our tower completed. So salt water will boil. It's sent up the tower, and hopefully turned into fresh water. And then I can adjust with the tower height to see if what actual height is necessary, because I can always grab this section and bring it down. This section down here can be compressed. This section here, so we'll see what happens. Let's spawn it in and see if we start getting some fresh water. So here's our tower. If I look at the liquid meter, we have a whole lot of seawater in there. 147,000 liters. Okay. Water temp. Why are you moving? Oh, because the glitch is on. The flywheel glitch makes shit move around. Okay, so right now we have, what do we have in the tanks? We have stored fluid, nothing, and nothing. We have both tanks, same thing in them. Nada, nada. I might have to put wheels on you and so you stay put. I'm gonna have to put something on this thing so it stays put. Because right now it is not staying put. So probably like wheels with brakes. we'll make a little platform. No, I want this. Okay, so let's go up a little bit. Oh, we hit the top of the build area? Yes, we did. Okay. So we'll go up a little bit here. We'll just make a platform under the whole shebang. Like so. And we'll put some... that's a small wheel? They call that a small wheel. That's a 3x3. Call that a small wheel. You can't actually put the wheel on it because the tower's too tall. Yeah, the tower's too tall for me to actually add the wheels. What about this way? Nope, can't add those either. Those are also 3x3. Well, I can add them. I just have to get sneaky about it. Okay. So, let's get sneaky. This is like the side tracking of all side tracking right here. Watch this go. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a compact robot pivot. We're going to put it right here. Like so. And like oh, wait, no, like so. Yeah, yeah, like that. Okay. So we want the robotic pivot like that. And that. Okay. And so we want the solid arrow facing out. Why can't I put that on there? Oh. Solid arrow facing out. Okay. Now we will put the wheel on top. Like so. Okay, and we will have it rotate 90 degrees. Where's my controller? Where is my control? On equals 1. There it is. So plop that right there. Like that to these guys. So on equals 1. We want a constant on. For the brakes. And they're going to need power. Oh, and I got to hook the constant onto that. Okay, so that should automatically lower the tires and apply brakes when she spawns in. So, actually, I'm not worried about that. Spawn. Well, she's not strong enough to pick it up, but it got the job done, because I don't think it's moving now. Well, it's kind of moving. Wait, why are the brakes not on? Well, the brakes are on, but you're still going. Why for you be weird? All right. Large landing wheels. Maybe they'll have the friction. Constant on, we need brakes, 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 and brakes. Okay. And these robotic pivots need to get a little more stronger here. So let's, I think up in the gear ratio makes them stronger. I think. We'll see. Now they're not even turning. I didn't undo their logic. Why aren't they turning? Huh. Huh. That's weird. Maybe it's the other way I needed to go? Do I need to go 1 to 1? Nope. Definitely wasn't 1 to 1. (1/32). Oh, maybe I gotta up the speed. Let's up the speed to 5 on the 1/32 and see what happens. Now spawn. Well, it still doesn't have the power to lift it. And apparently brakes aren't a thing, so... I don't understand what's going on there. Why those guys aren't strong enough. But... I do believe... I do believe that these guys are strong enough. So let's just drop a couple of them over here. And a couple more over here. What did I put the... Well, okay, whatever. I'll put the upper to the outside, but whatever. It is what it is. Okay, so these pivots should definitely be strong enough to give me the rotation I need on these wheels. And we are going to go with these guys. Like so. Okay, and logic. Shit out of this. Okay, and what am I missing? I'm missing the connection here. Rotation targets. Might have to change that rotation target. And the brake. Okay. Might have to change that rotation target. Not 100% sure. Now we need to make sure these guys are powered. Alright. I don't know if 1 is going to be an effective number for those. Yeah. I think it actually is going to need to rotate to like 0.5 or something like that. Is that wheel on the ground? We're not even on the ground. I'm getting so sidetracked right now, you have no idea. We have hit an all new level of ADHD over here. Okay, so I want them to rotate out to 180 degrees. So let's go 180. Whoops. 180. Hopefully it will process that as properly 180 degrees. And let's up the speed here to 2.5 maybe. There is another way to do this. I just don't want to go there. There's another way to do this. If this doesn't work, there's another way to do this. But like I said, I don't want to go there. So that's gonna be more of a pain in the ass. Come on, rotate out. You are not gonna rotate it. Well, fine, fuck it. We'll do it the other way. You go away. You go away. You go away. You go away. You go away, and you go away. Now, the other way of doing it, which is the more annoying way of doing it, is with these guys. So I want the track base, and I want it to go from 0 to 1, so we're going to do it this way. I'm going to put 3 in a row, because I want it to have power. I want it to actually be able to do what I want it to do. Okay. And we add track below it. Again, this is just a test bed. This isn't like a vehicle or anything. This is just a test bed to see if this friggin' thing will work. We're getting into the weeds here with a test bed. Okay, so all those are connected. This needs to go back 0 to 1. So on is 1. Update, yes. Okay. I gotta make sure the brakes are on. Those are on. Okay, they need power. So let's just wire them together. And then battery each corner. I need these things to work in unison, so let's merge them. There we go. Actually, I could do one better. And I can join this to there. And this to here. That way they have six trying to lift at once instead of three on each corner. Okay. So that should work. That should now get our wheels off the ground, so to speak. Everything's connected. Power's connected. Yes. Logic is connected. Yes. All right. Good enough. Let's go. And it looks like that worked. We are Off the ground and on wheels. It's definitely struggling, but we're off the ground and on wheels. And I don't think it's moving as much. I think it's still moving a little bit, but it's not moving as much. Okay, so let's activate the fractioning system. That water temperature's rising fast. Holy shit, look at it go. Fluid valve should be fully open. Yep. Valve is fully open. Our temperature is at 328 degrees. Frickin' hell. And what do we got? Anything? Stored fluid 0, stored fluid 0. Nothing. Okay. Let's try something else then. So if the desalination tower is not going to work, which, I mean, I didn't know that it would, because we're talking Stormworks here, so stuff pretty much has... in real life, it would work. But in Stormworks, we're talking, you know, we're talking Stormworks. Stuff is built for certain purposes, and just those purposes. So, my next attempt, shall we say, is going to, instead of this, I'm going to use a steam boiler. I'm going to use a steam boiler. Or maybe I don't even need a steam boiler. Maybe all I need is a condenser. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. No, I am going to need a boiler. Hold on, I'm going to need a boiler. So the steam boiler evaporates water into steam. The boiler should be connected to a firebox to supply heat for evaporation, control the rate of evaporation to maintain constant output steam pressure. So this takes a cycle of coolant. So this is a completely different monster. This here. This is going to be a completely different monster. So what this is... No, excuse me. So this is going to have its own loop of... This is going to have its own loop of water. So I'll set this up like this. Because like I said, this is going to have its own loop of water. Our pump is not going to pump from there. Our pump is going to have its own little tank. And that tank is going to cycle hot water. So we'll have our own tank over here. Like this. And this tank is going to cycle the hot water through the boiler. So we'll have, and I'm going to just, you know what? I'm going to go with a red line just to make it stand out, make the hot water stand out from the regular water. So we're going to have red lines for hot, and run this from here down this. So the hot water goes down and in. Over here is where we can put our pump. Because we're going to have, you have to have a pump in the system somewhere. So If we put our pump over, actually, we kind of need to have our pump over here. Shit. How do that? Oh, I see how we can do that. Okay, let's for this and this. We will have this come out this way, go up, pump. It'll do a loop down. Messier than it needs to be, but I'm just working in the space that I have here. In a build, this could be cleaned up. Once we have the proof of concept, we can clean this up pretty good. So this is going to be the fluid. Well, it says coolant B. It doesn't say in or out. So let's hook up to this. We need to come over one more, I think. Yep. Okay. So this will be our hot water loop. I mean, it doesn't even need to be water. It could be coolant. It could be anything. What can we put in this? Can we put coolant in there? Oh, slurry, jet fuel, diesel, seawater, fresh water. Okay, whatever. We'll just use a freshwater tank. Okay, so we got a freshwater tank, which we're going to heat up, run it through the boiler, and that boiler should give us steam. That should create steam. Let's take the fill level to 0 because I don't want to start it full. And hopefully we got the right side here. Steam out, perfect. Okay, so we got fluid in over here. That's going to need a pump. That's going to need a directional flow valve. So shit can't come backwards. Okay, down. See, now when not to get off topic here, but when you talk about, when people talk about ADHD brain, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Because I'm going to give you an example here. We started this whole spiel. When we started this whole spiel, my whole thing was let's fix our sea base. Where are we now? we're into let's turn salt water to fresh water. We've completely forgotten about the sea base, and we're like, hey, can we turn salt water to fresh water? So yeah, this is just the way things are. This is just the way things are. So now we have a steam condenser on the other side of this. We're gonna have to have a condenser. We'll put it like right beside it. And you know what? Let's color these guys just to. Okay, that's fine. And is this the coolant here? Coolant. Cold fluid to cool it down. Okay. So we have steam coming out of here. That's going to be some frickin' red hot steam. I'll do the pipe in like a light gray, I guess. That is water out. Oh, shit, I got that the wrong way. Oh, which way did I even rotate that? So if I bring this in, rotate it that way, what do I have on this side? Water out. Okay, that's not what I want. A little bit another. That should be steam in. Perfect. Let's line them up. Side by side here. Steam in. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to have green there, light gray for the pipe. So we have steam come out of here, steam go in here. Okay. Out this side, we're going to have water. We're going to have fresh water come out this side. So, at least I hope we have fresh water come out this side. So this is where our testing is gonna happen. Is this going to be fresh water? And the hope is that yes, it will be. If not, then we'll have to figure that out. Why aren't we getting fresh water from steam? Is Stormworks just not that detailed, or what? So I'll put a triple tank system here. Hopefully that will get the fresh water. On the back end here, I want to have a gas valve. And off that gas valve, we will just put a vent. Okay. Now here, what I want to put here is a pressure relief valve. Actually, I should have. It should be that should be a two-way. It should be something more like this. Okay. So we put a pressure gauge on here. There. Put a valve up top. I think it goes that way. Nope, it's the other way. And then I'll put a steam whistle on top. There. All right. Boiler pressure, connect the steam control valve. Emergency pressure valve. Okay. I think this is my steam control valve here, but I think where does this come from? Input from boiler pressure. That's the fluid volume. That's the temperature. Where is the pressure? There's no pressure on the boiler anymore. Steam boiler volume, steam boiler temperature. Where's the pressure reading? I guess we just read it from here. Connect to steam control valve. Connect to emergency pressure release valve. That is, where's that on? I really got to rename this controller because if I search for on, it doesn't show anymore, or it doesn't show, and that's basically what it is. The controller is literally on equals 1, but I gave it some weird name. There it is. On off to binary IO. Which I guess that makes sense, but okay, so that'll open that valve. Should go down, and the steam control valve should actually be in here, so it doesn't let the steam out until it's hot enough. So I need a second one of those. Okay, and I need a second one of those. Did I just type on? I still get a whole bunch of stuff here. What if I type on off? Ah, if I type on off, okay. If I type on off, it works. All right, so. Oh wait, that just goes to the. That's just straight up. I don't need another one of those. Okay. Erase that. All right. So that, as they say, is that what's this? Open. Okay. Electric, I need to that and that. Okay, so once the boiler gets up to temperature, it should open the steam valve, let the steam out. Steam will go into here. And then it'll condense. I got to build a condenser cycle. I have to build a condensation cycle now to cool it down. Radiator would be the easiest way to do that. Actually, a radiator bank would be the easiest way to do that. So let's just set up one of those. Okay, so fluid B comes out. Let's go with pink, because coolant on Toyotas is pink. And I'm a Toyota mechanic, so deal with it. Use a couple of little tanks. Actually, I got. Oh shit! I gotta turn this first. I need a pump. Ah, I don't have room for the tanks now. I could put like one tank there. That's not gonna be enough. All right, so you have to come. You have to come out and go that way for a little bit. At least two. At least, yeah. At least two. Then we'll flip you back. Okay. There. Pump. Pump. And some tanks. Just put some small tanks on there. There. So these tanks we will fill with fresh water as well. Okay. And we'll just run them through the boiler into the cooler and exhaust away. Oh, what do these tanks have? They should have slurry in it. Be empty. Slurry. Empty. Slurry. Empty. Okay. Because if we produce fresh water, we're going to need to know. Now, the logic for that pump also has to come from the trigger button. So when the system is on, that pump is also running. I mean, we're getting into a pretty complex system here. Although I could compress this down, I could compress all this down into like a little, like a machine. So it's not that bad. It looks like we're good to go. Once I have the proof of concept, anyway. So that goes to there, and that goes, okay. So we'll spawn this in, and we will activate it and see what happens. Make sure we got nothing in these tanks. Stored fluid, 6, 5. Oxygen in the tanks, nitrogen, tank capacity. Okay. So it doesn't say anything about water being in there right now. Alright, let's turn this puppy on and see what happens. Huh. Our button doesn't work. Why doesn't our button work? Because it doesn't have power. they were connected, so it didn't complain. These two were connected, so it didn't complain, but it wasn't actually connected to the thing. Oh, wait a minute. Is that another? No. Okay, those are connected. Okay, I think we're good now. Oh my gosh. Again, make sure we got no water in the... Nothing, nothing, nothing. It's all air. Okay. Let's turn her on and see what happens. Water temperature climbing. Okay. Let's see what's going on in our steam boiler. We have no steam yet. The temperature is rising. When the temperature hits 100, we should have steam. Okay, we should have steam coming out now. Our condenser is steam in 0. Oh, we haven't built up pressure yet. Wait a minute. That's not going to work. We got temperature, but we got no steam. Why don't we have steam? We have no water coming in. Why do we have no water coming in? Is our fluid pump not running? It's on. Okay. Why do we have no fluid? We have no water being pumped in. Yeah, nothing. Nothing's moving. So why is nothing coming out of there? Why is there nothing coming out of this tank? That is bugging me, so I will just put a little log right there. So why is there no fluid coming out of this tank? We have a fluid connection. We have the floor drain. We have the floor drain, we have a fluid connection, we have everything we should have. Unless it doesn't like not having any atmosphere. So we can, if we flip these, a couple gas relief valves, and an end. Fluid port ends. Okay, so that'll let vent air in there, so it's not pressurized. Now, as for this thing, there could be a problem here too, because the logic for this gets the input from the boiler pressure, which we don't have boiler pressure. We don't have boiler pressure here. So we're reading the pressure from here, which is not the boiler pressure. That's the pressure of, that's the emergency blow-off pressure. Oh wait, that is supposed to be the, wait, what am I doing here? What do I got going on here? Okay, that's the emergency pressure valve, right? But I'm not reading. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. Okay, this has to come out of here. That is wrong. I gotta put the T back in there. So this is right that I have a blow-off valve there, but I'm reading the pressure from the wrong end because the valve, the pressure for the boiler is behind this valve. So I actually need to come out one more here. Bring this around. Then the valve. Here. And I think the handle needed a face in. Okay, now I need my T here. Because this will be reading the pressure of the actual boiler. There. Okay, that's better. So now I'm reading the actual boiler pressure from there, controlling this valve from there. Battery to there, there to there. Okay. Yeah, now I'm reading the steam, or the boiler pressure, and controlling the valve from that. And if it gets too high, then it opens the bypass valve. And we get a steam whistle. Alright. But now, why are we not getting any fluid through here into here? Unless, like I said, unless it was because of that. Oh, wait a minute. What's my spawner putting in there? Is my spawner actually putting seawater? Yeah, okay, it is. So we got seawater. We got a full tank of seawater. We have the steam boiler, which should be getting... I wonder if air is getting trapped in the steam boiler. Let's put it to full. Let's put the steam boiler to full, because there might be an airlock or something in there. And before we go into, speaking of, before we go into the steam boiler, we should be doing a vent. How can I even do that? I don't think there's enough space here. So I'll put a T here. See, they come up with all this. They come up with all this stuff. These valves and filters. They come up with these guys. So there's a gas relief valve here. Oh, I can't even do it that way. I have to do it. I have to face the T inwards. So they got a gas relief valve now, and they got a fluid relief valve, which means, of course, you can have gases and fluids in the same pipe, which is an absolute freaking nightmare. Because that's how you get bottlenecked pipes. Okay, so only fluid can come up here now. And the gas, any gases in the line will get vented off of here. Out of a fluid port end. So any gases will get vented off of here. Actually, this should be a one-way system. One-way system. Then an end. You have to logic this thing. That's what. Because if I didn't put the one-way on here, that means gas or that means air could come in here and go back into the tank, clear that line, and that would not be good because we need the air to be sucked in and out here, not sucked in here. So, backwards through the friggin' pump. So yeah. Oh, actually, I have the flow valve here, so that should be. That actually isn't needed. That actually isn't needed because I do have a backflow right here, stopping that from happening. Okay, so that'll be fine. All right, so now fluid should not have any issues coming through there because it can't get backlogged from from air. So there can't be an airlock there. So for all intents and purposes, everything should cycle around properly now. Question is, will it? So nothing in these tanks. These are just atmospheric. No water in them. Okay, the water temperature's climbing. And that's the heat cycle. So the steam boiler, see the temperature of the steam boiler rising. What's our pressure at? We have 0 pressure. Oh, now we're building pressure. We're building pressure. We got steam. Okay, we have steam. We have steam. Oh, our pressure was getting up. Okay, our pressure was getting up a little bit there. And now the pressure's kind of dropping off a little bit. We do have fluid coming in. We have fluid come in. What do we got in here? Stored fluid. Fresh water. Look at the fresh water going up. Okay, so we're making fresh water. We're at 48 liters, 49 liters. So we are... Oh, I hit the wrong one. So we are getting fresh water now. So this tank has 50 liters. This tank has 49. This tank has 49. Now the question is this faster than the desalination pipes? Than the filter pipes? That's the question. So we're going to continue this project. Now that we have the system working, we can do a comparison. So I've got these 3 tanks, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make another drain on this side. I'm gonna put a drain on this side, just to basically copy what we got going on. So I need to remove up to there. So we're going to put another drain on this side. And we're going to have it come out. Okay. Come out. We'll have a pump. Everything we got going on the same as the other side. Flow valve. corner T pipe. Okay, and then we will have on this side we'll have a gas relief valve here, fluid relief valve here. That'll separate our gas from our fluids, and a fluid port end here. Okay. So now what we're going to have on this one is instead of the boiler, we'll do 3 desalination pipes. And I'm going to use 3 because, let's face it, this is a hell of a lot more compact than this. So I think using 3 is not necessarily an unfair advantage when you're talking about the size of the output, or the size of the system, I should say. So we'll run through 3 desalination things. We'll have the 1 pipe out. And we'll run it into the same thing, a series of 3 tanks. Okay, and those 3 tanks. At the very far end, we'll need a valve, gas release valve, no corner up, oops, and an end. Yes, just like the other side. Okay, so this is a much more contained unit, but we'll see if it has the same output. We'll see if it produces as much. So, where is my logic? I need the power on, has to go to that pump as well. I need electric to that pump as well. Okay. Alright. So we should have kind of an even competition here. And I'm going to include the boiler heat up as part of the competition. So, that's quad adder, 2-digit adder. You know what, let's just do the 2-digit adder because I don't have time to... Well, I do have time, but I don't want to fuck around. So we'll use the 2-digit adder over here, and we'll use a 2-digit adder over here, just to add up the contents of the tanks. Oh, I gotta set this to 0, 0, 0. Okay, and we will logic add up the tank pressure. Where's the tank fill? Tank contents. The amount of fluid in the tank. That's what I want. Amount of fluid in the tank plus amount of fluid in the tank plus the amount of fluid in the tank equals that. Okay. And over here, same thing. That's pressure, contents. Amount of fluid in the tank, amount of fluid in the tank, and add that to the amount of fluid in the tank. Okay. Now we need a numerical display, which we will put 1 there, 1 there. Power those guys up. And then their logic will come from the output of the addition. And just to correct the logic, we will get the... there it is. Turn on the backlight from there and there. Okay. So that should give us a kind of a competition to show us, you know, what's what. Um, and I have this weird urge to grab this wheel. And copy it over to here. So this thing doesn't, you know, end up on the floor. Merge that to that. Okay. And where's my logic? Because I'm going to have to hook all this up now. Do. The brake comes from there. And power. I'll just run it off of there. Good enough. Okay. Spawn. Let's see. This is what we call testing. This is a test bed. Okay. So we have, well, those numbers can't be accurate because we have no fluid yet. We have no fresh water yet from anything. So those numbers are definitely not right. All right, let's turn this on, and we should start getting some fresh water. Look at this fucker bounce. We have no fresh water over here yet. Why? Is that pumping? It's pumping. No flow rate. Why no flow rate? We have no flow rate. Fluid. Okay, what do we have here? Zero flow rate. Zero flow rate. Zero flow rate. What? Did I hook these desalination up backwards? Because I don't know what else would cause that. A zero flow rate from any of that. So that is fluid out. Okay, so if I go like this, that is fluid in. Okay. So that should be the right direction. I'm wondering if I had those backwards. They're not backwards anymore. Okay, we're over here. Alright, let's crank the sucker up. And see what we get now. Do we have fresh water? We do have fresh water. Okay. Although, this is reading some bullshit. Okay, we have 3 liters of fresh water in each of those. We have no fresh water over here yet. Although now... Okay, the boiler is definitely... Well, up until now, the boiler was outperforming. Now the boiler is kind of slowed down. Actually, fresh water's still going up. Fresh water's still going up. I don't know what's going down. What is going down? Pressure's going down. Nitrogen's going down. Oxygen's going down. Because the tanks have got air in them. Fresh water has stopped. So that stopped at 49. Over here we're not even at 17 yet. So this was producing more until whatever happened here shut down. When we had the steam blow off, look at our water. Our water's not moving now. For some reason. We have no water through the pipes. Fluid flow valve, nothing. So I don't know if we got like a backlog here or something, maybe some air in the line, I don't know. So maybe I need to put a gas vent here as well. Just to prevent air from firing back through. I don't know. I'll put a T here. But it's obvious that something's going on. So we'll put a, oops, I'll just call it valves. Oops. It's obvious we got something going on here. So we got a gas relief valve, we'll put that on top. We got a fluid relief valve, we'll put on the bottom. Or a liquid relief valve, we'll put on the bottom. We'll put a vent. Which is just an end port. Hopefully that won't let the steam out, though. Hopefully that won't let out steam. It shouldn't, because that's the water inlet, so it shouldn't let out any steam there. But we'll see what happens. We got zero water in, though. All the steam that's coming out is coming from what's in the boiler. It's not drawing any water from the actual tank. Or it hasn't been. Like, we're producing steam now, and the pressure's climbing. And now the pressure drops. Our steam is dropping. We have no water in. The water is not coming in from that tank. And I do not know why. Like, if you look at our fluid volume, it's 0. There's absolutely no water coming in from that tank. So I don't know what's going on here. Unless this is introducing air into the line. But that's going to cause a blockage there now. I mean, the only way I can see doing this is if we were to come off here like that. Okay, hold on. If we were to come off like that, and I put a fluid valve there. Put a T here. Put a gas valve on top. End cap that. And then pump into that. That's the only way I can see getting rid of any kind of airlock. That's the only way I can see doing it. So now only fluid can get into the boiler, and any air will be exhausted out. Oh. Oh wait. The gas valve there first, and then this flow protector, then the end cap. So air can't come in this way. Okay, so that's the only way I can see being 100% sure that there is no air going into the boiler. And the air is getting completely expelled from the line. That's the only way I see it possible. If that doesn't work, then I have no idea how we would get rid of an airlock, because, I mean, geez. So that's our thing. Now give me a second here, because I believe these guys output composite numbers. I believe these guys output composite numbers. They do not. You bastards. Why would you do that? Why would you make the only reading from the tank be everything in the tank? Because air is not. Oh my god. It's a fluid tank. Air is not what we want to be reading from a fluid tank. We want to read the amount of fluid in it. The amount of liquid. Oi. Give me a migraine. And I'm actually going to up you to 9 psi instead of 8. If you hit 9 psi, then we'll blow you off. Which it'll definitely hit 9 psi, but yeah, I want to keep that pressure high. Okay, let's try this again. see what we get. Do we have any flow through this pump? We have no flow through the pump at all. There is no fluid coming out of this tank. well, now wait a minute. Fluid slot. There is a little bit coming out. Why is it not showing anything through the pump? Okay, flow rate is, well, it's extremely low. And then drops to 0. There's probably no water at all in here. No, our fluid volume is nothing. Okay, nothing passing through there. Nothing passing through there. It's like it's not. It's like it's not even trying to pull from the tank. I don't understand. I get a lot of fresh water here. I got like 150 liters over here. Not even close, but this one's still going. This one has stopped. So what I got to find out is, why is it stopping? Why is it not continuing to drain? I don't believe it has anything to do with that, but the same note, we're going to try something different here. Just to weed it out as being part of the problem. So I'm going to switch from the big vent, which I don't normally like using. I don't normally like using those vents. No particular reason why I don't like using those vents. I just don't like them. So we're going to switch from using those vents to instead using the smaller vents. And we'll use 3 on each. So we'll do this, this, and this. Okay, so like that. And we'll use these smaller ones, these smaller fluid ports. There, 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 there. And we will fill that in, fill that in. Okay, so now we have 3 drains there, 3 drains here. Should be no problems now. Should be no problems. Should. Okay. This way. I want to check the fluid volume here. We are at, come on, stabilize. Stabilize. Whatever. 1.4. Why are you're going up? These guys are having a conniption. They're having trouble holding it up. Okay, so let's say 14,720. Let's say 14,720. Okay. We'll say 14,720. Gauge display. We'll put that on. Let's put that on here, I guess. Whoops. Too far. We'll put that here. Flip it around. Okay. Here, max value 14720. Okay. Minimum value 0. Okay. display name, fluid tank fill level. Okay. And then I'll put two gauges, two dials. One here, one here. Okay, this will be the boiler flow rate, boiler drain flow rate. We'll go 0 to, let's say, 100. I don't think it'll ever get up to 100. And then we'll go the desal drain flow rate. Boiler drain, desal. Okay. 0, and let's say 100. I don't think it'll ever get up to 100, but we'll see. Okay. Now we need add. Whatever, we'll use quad adders. Don't really care. One of the numbers is going to be 0, so. Oh, wait, it's not even. Okay, never mind. I thought I was going to be able to take numbers right from the drains, but you can't, so. We'll take the numbers from the pumps. So we got our flow rate here from the boiler. We got our flow rate here from the other. Okay, those are connected. And let's hook up the backlights just so it stops bitching. Electric. Okay, and the liquid level is the red line. Where's the red line? So that's the position of the red needle. Okay. Fluid capacity sets the white needle. Don't give a shit. We'll just, whatever. We'll give it a number. Okay, so now we can see the flow rates of both, and we can see the fill level of the tank. Make sure everything is hooked up. We definitely have a pump hooked up there. We got a pump hooked up there. So, we should be flowing right along. Actually, you know what? Let's take the flow rate from the pipe rate after. So this is the boiler. This is the desal. Instead of getting it from the pump, we'll get it from the pipe rate after the pump. Okay. Let's see what we got now. There's no doubt the boiler does it faster. It's just figuring out what the hell the problem is with the boiler shutting down. Whoa. So the desalination starts flowing right away. And there's 0 flow from the boiler drains. So its flow rate's moving along. Still nothing from the boiler drains. Still nothing from the boiler drains. And nothing is coming out of the tank either, which is weird. Look at that. Like, it's actually going up. That's still flowing. 0 flow from the boiler. I don't understand why there's nothing flowing into the boiler. That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. I don't understand it. Another thing that makes no sense. We need more power. Because that hopping is annoying. That hopping it's doing, annoying as hell. So let's just give it more gusto. Maybe it can hold this fluid tank up in the air. I think that's the problem. It's too heavy, but we'll see. Okay, so not too sure why we're getting no flow from this. It doesn't make any sense. Because we're pulling from the tank. We definitely have a pump facing the right way. We definitely have a unidirectional line here, which comes up to here. The only thing I can think of is there is air that is getting locked in the boiler. And I mean, taking that out will let air flow into the boiler, but it'll also let it flow back out. So, I mean, I don't understand why I would have an airlock in the boiler though. That doesn't make any sense. But I mean, if we're gonna solve an airlock, that's the only way to do it, I guess. See what happens. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. You know what I forgot to do? Forgot to merge all these puppies together. It's like a piano trying to play every key there is at the same time. That's yeah. No. It's not a fan of that. Doesn't want to do it. Okay, now they're all synced. Oh my God. That was funky. Are you hopping still, or are you able to hold it? Oh, look at that. She's strong now. She's holding her up now. Alright, so let's turn this on. See, we had a pulse from the boiler. At the very start, we had a pulse. And then it went away. We had a pulse. Had. Unless we don't need a pump in that line. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the pump is part of the problem. Maybe it's pressurizing the tank. Or pressurizing the boiler. Or something. I don't know. I don't understand why there's no flow going into this boiler. Zero water flow. That makes absolutely no sense. Because right now, basically any water that would go in there would instantly turn to steam. I do not understand it. Let's see what's happening on the back side of the boiler. Right here. I'm going to put a tank right here. I'm going to toss a small fluid tank right here. I'm going to start it off with fresh water. Actually, no, I'm going to start it with seawater. I'm going to start off with seawater. Shoving it into the boiler. See what happens. See if it actually empties that. Maybe the boiler can't take steam water. Maybe it can only take fresh water. I don't know. Maybe it will not accept steam or seawater. Okay, we had a flow rate. We had a flow rate. And then it went down. We still have a little bit of a flow rate. Well, now we got none. See, and in the boiler it says nothing about fresh water. It just says fluid volume. That's all it says, fluid volume. Down at the bottom, it says just says water in. It doesn't say fresh water, it doesn't say seawater, it just says water in. And now our fluid's at 0. Has it taken anything out of the fluid tank? It has not. It's still full. It is still full. Okay. Let's adjust our experiment. Let's change this to fresh water. Let's see what happens. Because this is seawater we're spawning in here. So let's spawn in fresh water here. See what happens. If this tank goes from being freshwater to seawater, if there's no fresh water left in this tank, then we know the boiler can only accept fresh water. It can't accept seawater, which would suck. That would absolutely suck. Because that means there's no way to boil seawater into fresh water. You have to do it the desalination way, which is slower than shit. I must say so. It is the slowest ass process ever. But that said, I do understand it, because where would the salt be going? Because you can't just boil off salt water to get fresh water and not have salt. Life doesn't work that way. So our fresh water's down to 8 liters. Our seawater is up to 12. Let's see what happens here when we hit 100. Okay, fresh water's going down. Seawater went down for a second, but now the seawater's climbing. Freshwater's gone. Seawater's climbing. So I think we've confirmed it. I think we confirmed that the boiler cannot accept seawater, which absolutely sucks beyond anything. Because the desalination is such a slow process. Such a slow process. Okay. So, how else? Hmm. Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure. What we can do here. So, from what I have read, or what I'm reading, boiling off doesn't work. You cannot put um, salt water into a steam boiler. So that's a problem. Now, the electric furnace can get water, and you can see it's moving water. Well, it doesn't actually say it's moving water. It doesn't actually say what it's moving. If I look at this fuel tank, what do we got? Fresh water. We have tank pressure. We have. I'm wondering if there's a way to get steam from just boiling the water in the furnace. And if so, how do we do that? Because this steam condenser still works to turn, water into fresh water. So since the boiler won't do a damn thing for us, it's actually it's useless. I wonder if we can close this loop here. I wonder if we can close this loop here. And go straight from heating to condensing. Well, this heats up water though. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if I let it make a gas? What if I let it make a gas? My brain is working out the logic here, but I don't think Stormworks is capable of the logic. So we'll see what happens here. My brain is working on logic, but I don't think Stormworks can do the logic. So if I put a valve there for gas, a valve here for liquid, I'm gonna need a tank on the back end here, because I need a tank that can hold It can hold both water and steam. It'll be able to hold, you know, all kinds of stuff. So we're going to set this to slurry 0. Okay, so the gas is going to come out here. Water's going to come out here. Water's going to cycle back into the system. So we're going to need a T here, and a one-way valve, and a one-way here. Oops. Need a one-way there and a T there. Okay. So the hot water is going to come back down into this loop. Okay. Cold water can come in here, and hot water will be stuck in the loop. Now, in the event we get steam, it can come out this way. Oops. Which we will go back to our silver color. And we'll bring it over to our steam lines. I have a feeling that this is not going to work. It's not going to do anything. But logically, it should. But I have a feeling it's not. Okay. We'll erase that and that. There. So, what am I missing from these now? Because these need to read stuff from... This reads... Where does this get its... Oh, this gets the pressure from the line. Okay, so that'll still read the pressure from the line. Okay. That'll read the pressure from the line. And that will connect that valve, or run that valve. And that will run that. Okay. I should put a directional on this. That way pressure can actually build up in this line. Actually, where are we here? Undo that. Okay. That pump can help build pressure. On. Because pumps can pump steam, so there you go. Power. Okay, so that should, if we get water temperature in here of over 100 degrees in this heater, we should, I would think, get some steam in here in this tank, and it'll come out this way. Now, logically, I would think that this would work. However, I'm not holding my hopes, because I have severe doubts that the physics are that good in this game. So, the desalinization's still going. The boiler drains are, I mean, they're pulsing. Okay, now it's dropping down. Now it's dropping down. Okay, so let's look at this. What do we have in here? We have no steam. We do have a flow rate here, but I don't know what we're pumping. We're not pumping. I can tell you right now, we're not pumping steam. We had no fluid volume coming through there at all. Although we do have rising temperature. But I think all we're doing is pumping air through the system, because over here, I think that's all we're doing is we're pumping air through the system. And I think the boiler is the only way to make steam. I think the steam boiler is the absolute only way to make steam. So our flow rate's dropping here. We've got seawater going through, or we've got seawater in this tank, fresh water in this tank. You know, everything's trying to cycle around. Actually, I should have probably made that tank seawater. But it does not look like we're getting any kind of steam. That should be seawater. This should be empty. Okay. Does not look like we're getting any kind of steam. Which sucks, because you would think if we can get the water up to, you know, a couple hundred degrees, I would think that it should convert to steam. We should get some steam conversion. So I'm guessing the only thing we can really do here is because we can't. There's no way to make steam without a steam boiler, and you can't put anything but fresh water into the steam boiler. So it doesn't really. Hmm. Yeah, I really don't understand how we're going to get steam without using a boiler, which only accepts fresh water. So the only thing I can think of to do now, I mean, really, the only thing I can think of to do is um, build a big desalination plant with the filters. That's the only thing I can think to do. Everything else here is we kind of hit a wall with boiling it off. Um, huh. Unless, unless, um, unless there is a trick with um, the drip one, like maybe I have it set at the wrong altitude or something. Where the hell is it? This fractional distillation port. Unless there is some trick with this fractional distillation port, because it says nothing. It says absolutely nothing. There's no information whatsoever on this stupid fractional distillation port that I can find. Um, like So yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure at what level of like a distillation tower we would get water. I don't understand because that is definitely a thing that you would get um, if you had a fractal distillation tower and you put hot water in it, you're going to get water. You're going to get fresh water. If you put salt water into it, you're going to get fresh water. So I don't really know how this fractal distillation port works. Um, and of course, uh, Stormworks is absolutely bonkers on the subject. There's no um, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no wiki information that I could find. Um, like there's just no information on this thing. Everybody has how you use this to create different fuels, um, but nobody actually has any information on it on like on just this thing, like what the hell it does. Um, you hover over it, and you see port used to connect output distillation column. Place the port inside of an enclosed volume to connect that to that volume. Outputs different fluids based on height relative to the bottom of the compartment. But so and the tags are tags fluid, oil, refining, refined, which I get. It's for refining oil. But there are people that are saying they're getting water from it. So the people that are saying they're getting water from it, I'm just sitting here going, well, how? Like, literally, how? How are you getting water from the distillation port? Uh, and nobody's answering that. Nobody has that answer. Uh, and people show how to build the towers for oil, like I said. Um, but there's absolutely nothing. There's absolutely nothing here that says anything about uh, water. So yeah, I really don't. I really don't know. Really don't know. And there are, like I said, there are legit people using this to create or to even separate, I guess, water from oil. They're using this. So I'm trying to understand how. Okay, let's get rid of all this Steam stuff because Steam is not gonna work. Um, we tried Steam, did not work, so it's gone. It is bungo, bingo bungo. Okay. Now, what we need to do... Oh, and this has got to go too, because this is all steam controlling. What we got to do is figure out how to use this guy basically properly. I'll have to figure out how to use this guy properly. I know you need an enclosed volume, and I know you need the fluid to be going into that enclosed volume. So let's start out there. You need an enclosed volume. It has to be a small volume. So let's see how small of a volume we can make here. I'm just going to do this. Okay. And that's basically going to be our tank. That'll be it. That'll be that's our volume. I need more pipe. Oh, I got to come up on that one. Up and up and up. There. Okay. And I can get rid of this tank. Go to there. And I can get rid of this. There. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna swap this out for we'll put a vent on that, just to make sure that we have no air in the system. Where else the pipe I'm looking for? I need the three-way with the side one. There we go. Okay, so gas valve up, fluid valve sideways, like so, and then we will, oops, flip her up and put our end cap on. I do these things. You'll see it. You're going to see a lot of these in my fluid builds, and the reason I do these is just to make sure there's no airlocks in the system, because an airlock in the system is just going to screw everything right up. So you don't want an airlock in the system. And we used to be able to do this with filters, where we could put a filter on here, and we could say, okay, only water can go through there, or only salt water can go through there, or only only gas can go through there. But they took those filters away, which pissed off so many people, including myself, because we used them. So, I mean, the only thing we really had the capability of doing after that was just filtering between fluids and air, getting air out of the system instead of saying, okay, only fresh water can go through this line, which would stop air and any other kind of fluids or any other kind of gases. Now we have to separate and say, okay, no air can go down this line, only fluids can go down this line. So it's a little more complicated. DES, no, DIS, this, there it is. So, yeah. With that said, that's what we ended up having to do. Yeah, I got to build a little tower on the side here. Oops. Build a little tower on the side here so I can place this guy, because he needs to be placed pretty much right over that hole, like so. And I think he has to be closed in. I think. could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's got to be closed in. So we will do so. Just like so. And then we will seal it up. So this is our desalination tower, so to speak. Now, I've seen this build online for separating oil from water, but I don't know if it'll separate water from water. So that's what we're going to see. I don't know if it'll separate salt from water, I should say. But we will see. And if it does, I don't know what happens to the salt. I don't know if the game just glitches and says, okay, now your fresh water is salt water, or if we get, you know, maybe the pipes wear out. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, or how that would work. Because I know how it works with the oil. It's just like all of a sudden you have oil, and now you have, you know, jet fuel and stuff. There's no residue or anything like that. It's just that's the way it is. So yeah, hopefully that's how it works here. It's just gonna be that's the way it is. Hopefully. All right, we got to put a pump on the outside to pump it through. Put that up to there, and we got to make sure we haven't disconnected any of our power systems, which we have. That has to go to there. We'll put that to there, and then we'll put that to the battery. Okay. All right, let's see what happens with this build. And I think I'm going to increase the size of the desalination plant over here. Just so we can test that. Okay, we got a decent flow rate there. Oh, and it's settling down. Okay. It is settling down, but it's pulsing. We're kind of got a good pulse. Now what's happening over here? Oh shit. Ugh. Get rid of you. Okay. Let's try that again. Water temperature is above 100, so we should be getting some. Let's see what we got here. We have no flow rate at all over here. But shit. I never thought of that. Like switch it out. Could be getting air trapped in there. Another thing I need in there, or should have in there, is a temperature gauge, which I do not have. I put that there? I can, good. Okay. Then we will close that off. Okay. So I have a temperature gauge in there. I have a vent so that steam can blow off, or air can blow off, whatever. We have the input, we have the output. Okay. Now, I need a display for the temperature. Need a dial for the temperature. And we'll connect to that, temperature to that. Let's go 0 to, let's say 300. Let's 200. Whoops. No, because the water does go up to about like 300 and something. Whoops. So we'll do that. Okay. 0 to 300. So we have our water coming in. We have our temperature sensor giving us a temperature reading. Nice to know what the fill level is. Squeeze a fill sensor down here. Liquid meter. Squeeze that right there. The display, or another dial I should say. So that top one's going to be temperature, this one's going to be fluid volume. How much fluid is in there? I don't know how many liters will fit in that spot, so I'll just start with 100. We'll see what happens. Oh, actually, I can check and see what's in there, because I'll have the fluid capacity. Let's hook the capacity up to it first. And by hooking up the capacity to it first, we will be able to see what the actual what it can hold, and then I can change that. So we'll spawn in. First thing I'm going to do is go look at that capacity. So the fluid volume is 546.88. That is a lot of space in there. 546.88. Jesus. That is a lot of volume. Where's it getting all that volume from? They put that there. Okay. So those are as closed off as they can get. Unless I have to completely block that off. Maybe. Maybe that's what I have to do. I don't know. I might have to go with like cubes on these corners. That just to bring the volume down. We can still get out right there. So I have to I have to undo this vent. I gotta move this vent because I need to block that off. That. So let's move that vent over here. That'd be a good spot for it. Vent. Oh shit! I can't put it back. I have to leave that open. Oh, because there's the other vents right there. Shit. So I have to bring that back. Ah, I don't want to do that. How else can I do that? Can I put it in front of there? No. Damn. How else can I do that? Can't have them facing each other. Any way I look at it, I would have to leave. Any way I look at it, I would have to leave this open at one spot. To allow a gas valve. To allow a gas relief valve. That's fine. That's fine. So like that. Like that. What do we got? We're at we're at 3 hours. I knew it was gonna be. I called it. I called it. I said this could be a long video, and I called it. We're not even doing what we're not even doing what I said we were gonna do, which is working on the sea base. So next episode, we're gonna be working on the sea base. Just FYI. This episode, we are not working on the sea base, which I will be sure to note. I'll be sure to note that somewhere, somehow. Okay, that temperature sensor is going to be a problem too, because I think that temperature sensor is letting shit get past it. So I'm going to have to get rid of the temperature sensor. From there, I'll have to put this here, close that off. Oops, wrong color. I'll have to close this off. Then I'll have to put the temperature sensor on the back end of that. So I'm getting kind of a pool at the bottom here that I don't really want, but there's not much I can do about it. I need all this stuff in here. I don't need it, but that's how we monitor shit. So this is the temperature of the unit. Internal temperature. No, let's just call it system temperature. System temperature. Okay, so we got the system temperature in there. We have our little desalination thingy there. Hopefully that, fucking, I don't know. I'm hoping we get water out of it. I really am. I mean, that's about the only thing I can think to do right now is this. So steam let us down. Hopefully, hopefully the distilling doesn't let us down. Actually, I need to come back over here. What do we got? Fluid volume 500. Okay, so I need that gauge to go up to 500. Fluid volume needs to go up to 500. Okay, and now we switch that over to read the actual volume, not the capacity. All right, so we have a capacity of 500, which is a lot more than I want, but what are you gonna do? That's it's not really an option. Not really an option. That's the smallest area I could get in there, while still having all those sensors. And a gas relief valve. I mean, I guess technically I don't need the gas relief valve, technically, but the same note I think I do. So, so there you have it. There you have it. I probably could have stuffed the gas relief valve actually here, but that might let stuff by. I don't know. I don't know if that would have let stuff by or not. Now I really need to. I'm gonna block that off. Just gonna shrink that volume. I want that volume to be as small as possible. That's my issue. Oh, wait a minute. I can't do that because the vent needs to be there. I can't do that. So I have to. Let's put all this back. I can't do that because the vent on the thing won't go into the the thing. Okay. So we got our two displays here. Making sure they're set up. Fluid volume 500, system temp 300, or that should be more like water temp. That should be more like water temp. Fluid volume, water temp. What else do I need? I don't think I need anything else. I think that's it. With fluid volume and then water temp. We have our vent. Okay. Oh. Let's try this out. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. If this works, it'll be a huge victory. So our flow rate is coming down. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Okay. What do we got going on here? We got water temp is coming up. Okay. The water temperature inside here is coming up. Fluid volume is up. But are we making water? That's the true. That's the question. Are we making water? So our fluid volume is pretty much at the top now. Our water temperature is more than enough to be boiling off. Like, it's as high as it can get. We should be flash steaming shit. We are not getting any fresh water at all. No fresh water. Damn. Because the water in there. See, right now we have seawater in there, which, yeah, okay. That temperature is so high that we should, I mean, I don't understand. Fractional distillation port currently collecting oil. Okay, so it's currently collecting oil. So how do we adjust, I guess, so that it's not collecting oil? I mean, I see now how people are using this to separate water from oil. Because right now this would be doing a great job of cleaning up, cleaning up oil, rather than using a centrifuge. This would be doing an awesome job at that right now. So, Like if we were to put, oil-soaked water in here, or mix oil and water together, this would be separating it really good. Because, like I said, right now we're collecting oil. But what we're not doing is collecting water. Ugh. What we're not doing is collecting water. And this should be turning that water to steam and the steam back to water. The salt water, I should say. It should be turning the salt water to steam and vice versa. Flipping it back. Now over here we have our desalination plant, which is producing fresh water. Not a ridiculous speed, but it is producing fresh water. So, if we can't do steam, which it looks like we can't, it looks like steam is off the table. As far as converting seawater to fresh water, it looks like steam is out the window. It's not going to happen. So, if that's not going to happen, let's see what kind of system it would take to get a decent amount of desalinated water. And I'm going to set this up kind of basically the way that they actually do it in the plants. You ever seen a desalination plant? You know what I'm talking about. So the way that they do it is they have banks of filters, and we're talking like a large bank of filters. Definitely not, definitely not what you'd be doing at home. Definitely not what you'd be doing at home. So what I'm going to need is I'm actually going to need this guy, which I have rarely ever used. I'm going to need that guy. Then up here, I'm going to need this guy. And down here, I'm going to need this guy. Yep, okay. And down here, I'm going to need this guy. Okay. Now I can do T's. So we'll do a T, a T, a T, a T. And on this side, all we really need on this side is pipes in like that. Actually, you know what? Let's connect these guys up just to make it capable of using all available piping. Okay, so there's our bank end for that side. There's our bank end for that side, which needed to actually go over one. So we're gonna fix that right now. Your content, bring this over. Resize. Grid, we'll bring that in. That in. Oops. Bring that down. That is like ridiculous. That in. Okay. Do a move cut. Bring it over one and out one. Okay. And we'll paste that there. And this will be the other side, but we have to wait until we have our desalination filters in. So we'll get back to that in a moment. Merge. Merge. Okay. Now, desal. I basically want to create enough volume that the pipes are full. That is the fluid outside, so we're already backwards. That is the fluid outside. Okay, perfect. So we want to create a bank of filters, like so. Use our selection grid to pop the other end on, and like so. Okay, and now we this around like so. Okay, so now that is going to be pumping in the seawater to this large grid, which will then be processing it into these tanks. So let's see how fast this bank goes. Spawn it in. Whoop, other way. Let's see how fast that desalination bank processes. So our desalination flow rate, let's see where it stabilizes. We're going to stabilize around 2. It's when it hops, I think the hop is air that it's popping out of the line. So we're getting about a flow rate of 1, I guess. Let's see what we're getting for fresh water. 41 liters, 31 liters, 27 liters. We are getting a lot of fresh water. Whether it's equivalent to what we were getting with the steam boiling. Of course, we weren't really getting any with steam boiling because we couldn't get any with steam boiling. But we are getting... Now, it's processing it all right. We're getting about a liter... So I can't tell because this is going up. This is going up about a liter a second. This one's going up about a liter a second. But I don't know if this is flowing into this. This is flowing into this. So this is going up. But are these also... Yeah, I guess they are. So all the air is being shoved out. You can see the oxygen and nitrogen going down. As the fresh water goes in, the air is getting pumped out. So we got a flow rate of... Oh, I can actually see the flow rate over here because we can see by how much air is going out. Our flow rate is 3.65 liters per second. 3.65. So let's see if doubling the bank will double our flow rate. Because we're gonna hit a limit. We're gonna hit a piping limit, actually. We're gonna hit a limit on how much the pipes can actually handle. So let's do this. We'll copy this bank. We'll paste it beside it. And we're gonna have to make some small piping adjustments here. Because where are we? Oh, erase. We're gonna have to put T's in. So I'll have to put a T in on this output and a T in on the other output. Okay, and then we have our flow in. And our flow in. Or flow out, I should say. And then we can connect these. Do a merge. Oops. Okay, let's see if that has, in fact, fixed our flow rate. Or increased our flow rate, I should say. So we're going to spawn that. Let's see what we got. Fire it up. Okay. So now we got a pretty decent desalination bank. And fresh water. Our port over here. We'll wait for that to stabilize, because that's going to this is going to kind of need to level out at some point. Okay, so we were doing what, 3? Was it 3? I think it was 3. So now we're at almost, looks like we're moving at about 5 liters. I'm guessing it's going to double it to about 6 liters per second. We're already at 139 over here, so this is actually doing this is processing really well. So we're going to be probably about 6 liters per second flow rate. Somewhere around there. You can see our numbers climbing though. Our numbers are just skyrocketing. 2 plus 3, 4, 5. Okay, actually I think that might be displaying close to that's not reading the tank contents. Because the tank contents 7, 7, and 7, so it's not reading. It might be reading oxygen plus water. It might be reading the oxygen plus the water. Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what it's reading. Yeah, we're at a fluid. Okay, we're at a fluid flow of 6. So we're getting 6 liters per second, which ain't too shabby. Ain't too shabby. But we're using a hell of a big bank of filters to do that. And I don't exactly know if these... I don't know if these actually run out after a while or what. Okay. But now that we have reached our... Now that we've reached our goal, I want to make something that is going to be... how do I put it? Now that we've reached our goal, I want to make something that is going to be functional. Something I can put in a build. So, we are kind of going back to square one here, just briefly. Very briefly going back to square one. Which means I got to clear out a lot of this stuff. So please bear with me. Please bear with me while I lose my mind. Currently processing the will to live. Okay, so that's gone, all that's gone. Yeah, I'm just gonna friggin' hook up the battery again. What is this? This is the raise and whatever. Okay, so that. Put it there. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna say fuck it. My whole problem is not this water tank moving around. My whole problem is the glitch generator moving around. So I'm going to solve that problem by making everything. I'm gonna make everything kind of disconnected from each other. I'm gonna disconnect everything from each other. That's how we're gonna fix that. So bear with me here. Clear content. Bear with me while I copy. Where is my copy? Or where's my resize? Sorry. Resize grid. I want to grab the tires and the sliders. Do I have them all? Let me go down one more. Let me go down two more. Okay. So we grab this. Here's my copy. Copy. We flip it. Put it over here. And then we paste it in. Paste. And just for shits and giggles, I will copy that. Merge that. Okay. So now our glitch generator is all on its own. Logic. We need to set up our logic on here to do these. Set up our logic on here to do these. Our break. Do those. Okay, and that should be good. Electrical, we have no electrical now. Electrical is fucked. So, so let's hook up some electrical. And that should all be moved around. Okay. Now, we are going to get rid of our connection to you. Okay. So our glitch generator is now solo. It is now a solo machine, which is how I want it. Okay, so now, actually anchors. I want 2 electrical cable anchors. Why don't we put them there and there? Looks good to me. And we will give a little painty touch. And those are going to draw power from battery. So battery. Alright. Now we need an electrical cable anchor over here. So, you know what, I'm just going to put it in right, where can I put it in? I mean, I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. I gotta get rid of these. Those gotta go. I'm gonna have my tank separated from my desalinization, my desalinize blah 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 blah. The thing. I'm gonna have this a separate unit from this, a separate unit from this, so I can pull this out at the very end and put it in any build that needs oxygen from water, from seawater, because I like to plan ahead. Kind of like how I planned, kind of like how I did the glitch generator. I basically set up the glitch generator so that I can just copy and paste it into any build, like I did with this one. So that's my goal. My goal is to do that. Now, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need an electrical anchor on here. So we'll do that right now. Put our electrical anchor on here. Okay. And let's give her a little color. Little shade of color. And we'll hook that up. Where is our logic? U to U. Good. Actually, let's go from U to U. Oh my god. Really? Let's go from U to U. There we go. Okay, so we got electric to there, and that electric is going to serve this vehicle unit, whatever you want to call it. These wheels got to come off now. So we don't need wheels on this one. This should just sit here and do nothing. It should not take off or vibrate around or get lost. Okay. Now, on this end, we'll take this line off. And we will get our handy dandy unit here. Your content. Resize grid. Grab this whole shebang. Good. All the way up to here. Nice. Move this. And we'll just put it back here for shits and giggles on the ground. Okay. So we got our desalination plant over here. We've got our power here, and we've got our water source here. So, good, good. So now if we go into merge, we can see each unit is separate. Actually, these two units are still linked, but I should probably fix that. Let's fix that. Selection grid. My trusted selection grid. Let us separate the masses. Resize. And up. Everything's showing good, 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 good. Okay, move cut and paste. Okay, now everything should be separated. Which has now given me warnings. Oh! I got a warning on that because that doesn't exist anymore. And I got a warning over here. Why do I have a warning over here? Oh, because the trigger doesn't exist anymore. Okay. That's fine. So, now I want to also fix this up because I don't want any pump on this at all. None. No pump whatsoever. All I want on this, because this is going to just be any random tank, even could be pumping from the ocean. So over here I want a fluid anchor. Fluid hose anchor on this. There. So we can just connect up to the water and we can start draining. Okay. And then same over here. I want a fluid hose anchor on this side over here. So we just connect it up. You know what? That's not going to work. So we're going to do a slight adjustment here. Slight adjustment. This guy like that. This guy? Yep, okay. T intersection here. Perfect. And then we'll put our fluid anchor there. Whoop. There's an H in there. So we'll put our fluid hose anchor right there. Okay. So these guys are going to be connected. We'll have a fluid hose there to there. And we will have... Actually, I can't do that now. I have to do some more work over here. Because I can't do that now. What I have to do now is swap these guys around. So this guy's the straight in. Oh, I got my keys on, or my hands on the wrong side of the key, or the wrong place on the keyboard. Okay, and over here I need a T. Because the pump now has to be on the desalination plant. So I have to make sure I have enough line here and whatnot that I can put in the pumps and everything else I need. So now we can put the fluid port, right? I want to fix up these tanks as well. So I'm going to keep this as compact as possible. So let's fluid port there. anchor, sorry. We're going to make this as compact as possible while still maintaining its existing capabilities, shall we say. So we got that there. I will have to extend this out. Because right after that, we're going to put a T. We're going to put our T. So where's my T? T. Okay. So right after that, we're going to put the T. All right. Then we want the valves. Want the gas valve on top. Want the fluid valve on the front. Here. Okay. Then we need our pump. Oh, we're taking it right to the end. Want to flow down, around, and our one direction in only line. There we go. Okay, so I got everything I needed there, and I got everything I needed there. Right. I'm going to turn a corner here. So we're going to put our one-way line here, along with our vent. So air can come out this side. Actually, I don't need to pull air out of the system because I have an air... Yeah, I don't need to pull air out of the system right here. That's not required. I do still need to cycle that around, so that is still required. But we can pump in and set our flow. Oops, there it is. Set our flow like that. And then we can do this. And we can actually put a... Actually, isn't there a flow? Isn't there a flow valve or something? Is there a sensor for that? Like a flow sensor, flow rate sensor, a fluid pressure sensor. Actually, the fluid pressure sensor might be good to have in here. Function as a shutoff. So when the pressure gets when the pressure starts building up, it'll know that the tanks are full and it'll shut her down. That might be a good idea. So we'll add that in. Just add a pressure sensor on the bottom here. Whoops. That'll be a straight through line here. And my sensor. Pressure sensor. Okay. So that way I can set up a system so that if the pressure gets too high, it'll just shut down the pumps and stop flowing the water. Okay. So there's our back end done. That's the hard part. I guess it's the hard part. Let's hook up our fluid pipe to there. Okay. Right? Right, okay. Now let's take it to the other end, this end. Get rid of these. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Because I want to kind of maintain what we've got going here. Right now we've got kind of a compact system like this. So I want to kind of keep it as compact as I can. So we are going to need some large tanks. That's where we're going to store our water, is in the large tanks. But I don't want to raise it up. So maybe we should go with medium tanks? So I don't want to raise up the machine too far. Medium tanks down here, maybe. That'll work. That'll work. But I got to redo the pipes in behind. So I'm going to need one there. I'm going to need one there. One there. And one there. Okay. And it'd probably do me good to hook all this together. So let's see what we got here. So that comes together like that. Like that. Oh wait, no, that's not going to work there. A T here. T there. So those banks are connected to those banks, which should be connected to these banks. Should be connected to those banks. So there I'm going to have the full star, which I never use. So we'll have a full star there. We will have a half star here, which is going to be this guy. Yeah. Okay. Then we need a plus for here. And over here we need the squirrely ended one. That guy. Okay. So that should allow us to hook up all of our medium tanks now. Wrong spot on the keyboard again. So there, 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 and there. So now we have 4 tanks hooked up. Okay. And all of that water is going to come out front here. I need a T. I need the T intersections. So there, there, there. That's all going to come out to another fluid valve. But we'll put it on the same side as the other one. So we'll just run it back. We'll run it like this one, then we'll run it back to here. We'll put a flow valve in. Flow valve in there. Oh, actually, went too far. Put a flow valve in there, and then we'll put our fluid port in. Or our fluid hose anchor, I should say. So we have the water in, water out. Okay. Now we are going to need our air release. We do need an air release on this end. So we're going to do that maybe right. I want to do it on this corner, but that's going to be a problem. Because I won't be able to put the other one here. You kind of have to do it on a T. And that's our last T right there. You know what? Okay. We will do something. We'll do it a little different right here. We're going to flip that up. We get creative with the pipes to keep it all confined. We'll flip that up like that. Okay, and then we'll put our T across the top here. No, we can't do that either. Can't do that either. Son of a bitch. Because we'll have to have our gas valve here, which means we're out over the edge. Mm-hmm. Oh, I got it. Nothing says I have to come out of here. Nothing says this has to be the end. I can come out of here. So our output water can come from there. It doesn't have to come from the end of the line. It can come from the middle of the line. Okay, so now we're good. Now we need our T. We'll have our fluid valve and our gas valve. Valve. So this is the gas valve. We'll put it on this side. Okay, we have our fluid valve on the other side. Okay. Just like that. We're all good. We should have a pump down here, though. We should have a fluid pump down here. Pumping out. And we should have a thing like this. Right there, and then the end cap. Perfect. All right, we got her all squeezed in. Okay, now our terminal, or I shouldn't say our terminal, our console or whatever, which we're going to have in here. It's going to have to be up here on the top. So let's just box that in for now to clean that space. This is going to be pretty compact. Like, look at how small this thing is. It's fairly compact. So I think we're going to be doing good here. Now we're going to need electricity. So we have to have an electrical anchor on the front here. Actually, you know what? Let's face it forward. Let's face it forward. So it's like that. That way we can put that back in. Okay. So all of our microcontrollers, all of our switches, all of our everything's got to fit in this spot right here. All of our microcontrollers, everything's got to fit in that spot. Okay. So let's hook our electric up. Actually, let's do a little painting here, because I like to have the electrical as the electrical color. And blue, this is... I can't use the... gray water and clean water. I shouldn't have colored all this stuff blue. I wish I had a mass fill. I could just fill this, make it all white right now. Because I don't think you can flood paint, can you? Additive, replace color. Well, that worked. That worked. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna have gray water coming in, and we will have clean water going out. Well, for crying out loud. Turn that off. So gray water coming in, clean water going out. I shouldn't say gray water, I should say salt water. Salt water coming in, clean water going out. Alright. We will hook up our electric. Oops, rope. Beauty-o. So we have our hose connected, we have our ropes connected. So all of this should be technically ready to go. Oh, I'm wrong. You know what? I'm gonna go with a display on here because that is a way to compact multiple things into a small area. I can put the toggle switch and everything else in a small area now. And I can put a controller back here for it. Or I can put a long controller up top here for it. So, let's talk about our controller. Crap. Whoops. Put a battery right there. And our electric from here will come to the battery. That'll come out to our pumps. That'll basically go to everything. Our battery's going to go to everything. Okay. So, now our... God, we're at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours on our video. Like, these Stormworks videos, it's impossible to keep them short. I don't know how people do it. I honestly don't know how people do it. Anyway, okay, so yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. So we have, okay, we don't get any kind of composite or anything from these tanks. We just get, from the tank, we get the tank pressure, and we get the tank contents. We don't get any kind of, there's no composite information, tell us what's in there. Like, why don't they give us a composite on these tanks? With all the fluid readings that come out of these tanks, there should be a composite signal on these tanks. And like 1 would be fresh water, 2 would be salt water, 3 would, everything that could go in that tank lined up, just signal 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way down, so you could read what the hell's in the tank. Sorry, that was a little bit of a rant, but okay. Anyway, let's make a microcontroller. We're gonna clear this. Where's our clear? Oh, new. Okay. So this microcontroller, we're gonna make a wide one. We're gonna call this the desalination plant. Desalination. Fuck. I need to Google this shit. Okay. Desalination. See, that's not the way I pronounce it, so that's not the way I would spell it. I spell it desalinization. Desalinization. So that is not the way I would spell it. Controller specifically built for plant compact desalination plant. Okay. I don't even know what to draw on here. Maybe the 4 gauges. I don't know. Draw the 4 gauges or 4 switches, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm. It's gonna be toggle switch. I'm gonna have a gauge. I'm gonna have a toggle switch, and a second gauge, and maybe a light. Maybe a light. I don't know. That's what I got. That's what I got. And hell of all hells, I drew it one block too high. Because if I draw it one block lower, it'll actually look like the damn display. There we go. So I'll have a switch. I'll have the on-off switch. I'll have a light. I'll have the water reading, like the fresh water reading, or maybe a flow rate. Maybe I'll have a flow rate reading and a pressure reading. I'll have a flow rate and a pressure reading. I think that'll work. Flow rate reading, pressure reading, on-off light, LED, and a toggle switch. Sounds good enough. Good enough. Good enough for me. All right. So, what am I going to need for these? I'm going to need inputs. I'm going to need 2 inputs, and I'm going to need an output. Is that all I need? I need 2 inputs to a composite out, and I'm going to need I'm going to need a composite in. Okay, so let's start with the composites. I'm going to need a composite in and a composite out. Composite in input from display, and I'm going to need an output. Output to display. Okay, and I'll just copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay, so we'll have our comp in and comp out. All right. Now, what are we gonna? I'll just put them on the opposite ends. No, you know what? I'll put them side by side because they're both going to the same damn place. Okay. Now we're gonna have to do a reading from the pressure sensor. Input number. Reading from pressure sensor. Reading from pipe pressure sensor, and we'll have to have a reading from pump flow. Input reading from pump flow rate. Okay, and then we will have to have a to the pumps. We have to have a thing to the pumps. So on-off output. Output to pumps. Oh, on-off output. Whoops. To fluid. Just pumps. On-off output with the pumps. Okay. And that should be it. So we can bring our width down a little. Nice. Okay, let's go to our logic now. And we have some inputs, we have some outputs. Okay. Okay, so on our display, we're going to have a light. We're going to have a switch. Oh, I'm going to have to send that signal back. I'm going to have to send that signal back to the display. So I'm going to have to receive the switch signal here and send it back to the display. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So I'm going to have to do a, from the display, I'm going to have to do a composite read. These are actually backwards. And I have to do a composite read on off on channel 1, which will go there. I'm also going to have to do a composite write I have to do a composite write on off. And I'm going to have to send that out to display. That'll be on channel 2. Oops. Oh, shit. I did that wrong. Ah! Connect you. 1 channel. 2. Okay. So input from the display, read line 1. Send it to the pumps. Also, send that back to the display for the light. Okay. So this guy here, now we're going to do a composite read. Actually, I'm going to have to merge all this signal. Or not a composite read. Composite write. Composite write. Numbers. Okay. And we're going to need 2 channels. So we have pump flow and pipe pressure. Let's move these down here so it's a little more, it's cleaner. Okay. Now it's clean. So the pump flow is going to be 1. I should write this down. The flow rate. One equals flow rate. 2 equals line pressure. Okay. Then we have that being sent out. And then we have channel 2. Oh, channel 1. Okay, so channel 1 of the switch is that's the on off. On off. Channel 2 is going to be the light. Okay. All right, so I got that down. And then I will have to do like an if statement somewhere, or I'll have to make another small controller to basically control the pumps so they don't overpressurize the system. So if the line pressure gets too high, the pumps will shut down. Which means the tanks are full and there's no fluid output. Okay, so this is done. So this is going to be the desalination plant controller. Specialized controller. We'll save it. Save. You can see, look at you can see all of the controllers that I've made. Just for every little thing. There's the desalination. Then I had the 1 PSI atmospheric maintainer. That was for the air system. Linear track controller with slider braking for our train. Low level warning blinker. So this will send out a blinker if it reads something is at a low level. You set the number yourself. The brake controller for the rail cars. A time of this is a daytime timer, which I'm amazed I haven't made until now. I just made this recently, so you can set an on and off time of day. Like for example, if you want lights to come on at a certain time and go off at a certain time, you could set that, or like a pump, maybe a pump to turn on at a certain time and off at a certain time during the day. You can set that with this now. Or maybe you want to only fish during a certain time of day. You can set up an automated fishing system, so it'll fish at a certain time of day. I got my tank controller. I got an auto winch, which will go between two different winch lengths. It'll cycle between two different winch lengths. Then I have the radio control for a train, so sends from the train the engine to the caboose, or not the caboose, but another car, another like remote controlled engine. So this sends from the actual train engine to the other engine. So you saw that in my train demonstration. Yeah, and then I have a sail controller. I have an amphibian motor selector, so it'll go from wheels to propellers. It'll switch back and forth from wheels to propellers. I got a rudder stabilizer, electric pump controller, through composite, compact greater than. I got a crab pot controller, a dampener, a steering dampener. So what this was designed for is so that if you're driving along in a boat, you can turn on an autopilot basically, and what it'll do is if you get into an area that's 90 depth, it will turn you until like it'll keep you into an 80, and it doesn't do that haphazardly. It'll be like as you approach 70, it'll start to turn you a little bit. As you approach 80, it'll turn you even harder. And if you hit 90, it's like, whoa, we gotta turn. So it'll constantly do a right turn to keep you at a certain depth. And it's designed for an island. Like so if you're encircling an island, it's basically designed to keep you encircling that island, and not getting too far away. Then I have like an altitude blinker. So at 1 meter, it'll blink. If you're below 1 meter, it'll blink. Crab pot controllers. When I was doing crab pots, generator controllers, LED indicators for a battery, GPS dial indicator, composite. I made some composite controllers so I could just send numbers. And then 2 buttons for a positive, negative output. You can control it with 2 buttons, so it's kind of like an on-off. You know, the light. You know how you have 2 light switches in the same room, and you can turn one on and one off. Well, I set that up for this. Before I realized, well, it wasn't before I realized I can turn them. You know, I could just hook the toggles together. This is actually for an kind of like an automated system. That would go if you push 2 buttons at the same time, or like one button. Sorry. I was wrong. 1 button gives you a positive. 1 button gives you a negative. No buttons gives you 0. So this is actually a number output. Sorry. If you push it, you get +1. If you push this button, you get -1. If you push this button, you get nothing. Or if there's nothing pressed, you get nothing. So that was a simple remote controlled. I remember this now. It was a remote controlled forward and reverse. I just made a little remote control. But the problem with that was you had to attach a battery to it. So I had like a handle with 2 buttons, an antenna on it, and a battery strapped to the back, and that was like forward and reverse. You press the button, and something would go forward. You press the other button, it would go reverse. And I also had a number on it. I had to put in this controller. I had to build in a number so I could frickin' tell it to what frequency to use. But anyways, I'm getting sidetracked, and we're already like almost 4.5 hours into this. So let's get back to our build. So I'm gonna take that desalination controller, and I'm gonna put it across the back here, because that's why we made it the way we did, so it'll fit on the back. Put it there. Okay. So logic, we want both directions here to this and this. Okay. Flip to this side. We want our pump controllers. Pump there, pump there. Okay. And you know what? We might as well switch that to the backlight as well on here, so it lights up. Okay, so our readings, we want to get our flow rate. Well, actually, let's get our pressure sensor first. Pressure sensor, okay. And we want to get the flow rate from back here. The reason we want to get the flow rate from back here is because this is the actual flow rate that's coming in. If we do the flow rate here, if we're sucking air or whatever back here, then this is going to show a bad flow rate. This back here is going to show the flow rate of what's going through the system. Up here, it's only going to show the flow rate of what's coming out of the system through this pipe. So it's not going to include the tank. It's not going to include the stuff that's coming into the tanks. So we want to read the flow rate of the closed system, not the open-ended system. And that's what we're doing there. Because like I said, once it hits this end here, the flow stops. But the tanks could still be filling. So that's what you want to you want to basically get as the flow rate from inside the system, not from outside the system. Okay. Or I could get the flow rate from here too, but that wouldn't fix the problem either, because I'd be reading it from here instead of, you know, back here, where I should be reading it on this end. But anyways, I think our desalination plant is done, except for setting the. I gotta set these up. Other than that, I think it's done. So let's set up our things here. So instrument 1 is going to be a display. It's going to be our flow rate. And it's going to be a 0 to, I don't even know, maybe 10. We're going to read that from channel 1. That'll be our channel 1 number input. Okay, instrument 2, that is going to be our switch, our flip switch. Okay, and our flip switch is going to be desal plant on off. Okay, and that's going to be flip switch, and that is going to be on channel 1. Okay, channel 3 or instrument 3 is going to be a dial gauge. Okay, that is going to be our line pressure. Minimum 0, maximum, let's say 10. That's going to be on channel 2. It's going to be read on channel 2. And instrument 4 is going to be a light. It's going to be an indicator. Actually, can I make it a bar segment, flip switch? What is the bar segment? I don't even know what a bar segment is. A radio segment? No. What's a 7 segment? I don't even know. Backlight mode, display number on off. It's a radio segment. Number of bits, display mode on off. Channel, I guess 2. I don't know what that even means. System operating. I don't even know what that means. I don't see anything there. It doesn't look like there's any kind of display on it. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. Radio segment. There's a 7 segment, a radio segment, and a bar segment. Direction, I guess to the right, display on off. Yeah, sure. Sure, I guess. We'll see what it looks like. So let's spawn this in and see what we got. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So okay, so if I flip it on, what happens? I got 1 bar. Oh, I see what it. I see. Okay, so it's like a, it's a gauge basically. Interesting. Look at you, flow rate just flipping all over the goddamn place, and then down to 0. Line pressure 24. What's our fluid port end doing over here? Okay. And what do we got? Oh shit! I forgot to empty the diesel out of the tanks. So we have 4 tanks of diesel. So let's set these to fresh water, and we'll set them to 0. Okay. Now we should be good. And you know what? I really like that bar. I like that bar. What else can I do with that bar? That's kind of cool. Instrument 1 is flow rate. That's a dial. What if I go with that bar segment? Number, bits. Number bits? I don't know what number bits means. Direction right. I don't know what number bits means. 7 segment? What the hell's a 7 segment? I don't even know what a 7 segment is. Backlight mode. Backlight signal. Channel 1. Let's try 7 segment on that. Let's instrument 4. I really, the indicator's kind of, I don't like it. I don't like the indicator. I don't like the look of it. It looks like a button, and it's not a button. It just looks like a button. Um, I'm not a fan of that. But I mean, whatever. Okay, so let's. I guess I'll leave that as an indicator. Let's see what instrument 1. We'll set it as a. We'll try a 7 segment right off the start. See what this is. It doesn't look like you set, anything for it, but we'll set it as a 7 segment and see what happens. Spawn it in. Oh, it's a number. Interesting. So a 7 segment is a number. So we're creating fresh water. We're not creating the fresh water as fast as we were, though. Look at how slow it is. I wonder if the hose can only pump in so much at a time. That seems a lot slower than it was. Like when it was directly connected, it was flowing good. But this does not seem to be doing as well. It's pretty damn slow, actually. Okay, let's return to our workbench here. So, we have a desalination plant. Oh, now it shows up. Okay, wait. It doesn't show up when you click on it, but it shows up when you click off of it. So what if I go radial segment, and let's get back to this view now. Oh, I see. I see. And then a bar segment is the same thing, but it's like, it's a bar. Okay. I wonder how the segments actually work. Like, how do the segments actually work? So, okay. So according to what I'm reading here, um, there's an 8-bar segment. So the bar has eight segments to it. And basically, whatever shows up is 1 to 8. So you send the signal to that, and the signal is 1 to 8. Um, and by the looks of it, apparently, I'm not sure how the colors work though. Apparently, the bars you can color them. But I don't understand how the colors work. So whatever this input is, you have to scale it first. You have to scale it to 8, and then you have to send it to here. Um, hmm. Hmm. So I don't exactly know. Apparently, there's a hard limit of 180 liters per second across a pipe network. But it doesn't say anything about pressure. That's flow rate. Doesn't say anything about pressure. But the flow rate is 180 liters per second. Hmm. So if I wanted to use a bar, if I wanted to use a bar gauge, to say calculate, if I wanted to calculate the bar gauge for, let's say, flow rate, so 180 is going to be the max flow rate. So the question comes up when it comes to flow rate. The question that comes up excuse me, is how do I convert the flow rate? How do I convert the flow rate? That's going to be the issue. I think I'm gonna need a function. I'm gonna need a function. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna add it to this. I'm gonna add it to this because I want the flow rate to be in a bar form. And I know I don't need to do this, but I kind of want to. Okay, so our flow rate, we need to calculate out our flow rate as a bar. So we're going to disconnect this, and we're going to calculate that out. And I should probably do this in another video, but screw it. I'm already 4.5 hours in. I might as well go for 5. Right? Right. I don't know. But anyway, we're doing this. Okay, so in order for me to figure this out, I have to know what the maximum value is. What is my maximum value? So my maximum, I need to, okay, so let's bring that in. Let's import that from the user. How about we import that from the user? So we'll bring in a property number, and that'll be whatever. Max. Actually, no, we don't need to do that because we already know what the maximum flow rate is of a line. The maximum flow rate of a line is 180. So if we take a constant number of 180, okay, we have to divide that by 8. We're going to have to divide that by 8 because we need... Okay, so we take 180 divided by 8, which, you know, I could just do the math and put that in a constant number. Yeah, why don't I just do the math? Why don't I just do the math? Like, come on. Oh god. So okay, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so 180 divided by 8 is going to be 22 and a 22 and a half. I think 22 and a half. Okay, so there's our division. 22 and a half. Okay, now we're going to need, what are we going to need now? Each segment is going to have to be, son of a bitch. So we divide that down. 180 divided down is 22.5. Now we have to find... We have to take this. No, wait. Because we're going to be reading the pressure. Ugh. So how do I... How am I going to process this? I have to now process this. But it's going to be a bit setting, so I have to process it into a bit segment. Oh, God. I got to process it into a bit segment. So the formula, that's going to be a formula. That's going to be a formula. Okay, wait a minute. That's going to be a formula. So I got to do, okay, wait a minute. I got to take that number and divide it by that number. No, wait a minute. No. So I have to take, that multiply by, no, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it does? Maybe it makes sense. Maybe it makes sense. Honestly, I'm not sure though. Honestly, I'm not sure. I need a function here. I need a function. It's going to have to be a function. And the problem with that is, I need it to, if it's going to be bits, I need it to output a binary. Right? I'm pretty sure I need to output a binary. So, my problem with that is going to be, yeah, yeah. Damn. That is going to be a weird one. But I'm not sure what I'm going to. I'm not sure what I'm going to convert, or how I'm going to figure out how many. Because this here would represent a 1. This here would represent a 1. And then a 2, and then a 3, and a 4. All the way up to 8. But how do I take the flow rate and find out? I would have to divide. I'd have to divide this into this. Right? I take the flow rate, divide it by that number. Because if I have that number divided by that number and I get 1, then or less, then it's going to be 1. And if I take that number divided by that number and I get 2, so if this is double that number, then it would output of 2. So I have to divide that by that to find out the percentage. That would give me the percentage. No, well, that would give me the, yeah, that would give me. But then I would have to convert that to a. Then I would have to convert that to the. Come on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. Let's change this back to our maximum number, which was 180, right? Okay. Now, if I'm going to process this, I need a function. So I'm going to need a multiple number function. So let's go x, y, z. We're not going to use z. We're just going to use x and y. So x will be our flow rate. Y will be our number. So here, I think what we're going to do is I don't know if this is going to give me the right number though. 8 divided by y and then L of 2? No. X, right? Right? I think. I think. But then, oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to multiply. I want to multiply. I want to multiply. So, okay. That should scale. That should scale the input value. That should scale it down to 8 segments. I think. 8 divided by y. 8 divided by y. 8 divided by 182 times the pressure reading. 8 divided by 182 times yeah. I think that's right. 8 divided by y times the flow rate. I think that's right. Okay, now if I want to get that to, I'm gonna need another function. If I want to get that to a binary segment, I'm gonna need, I think just a simple formula. because I gotta formulate it again. And this should be um, this should be uh, well, this should be a floor, I think. This should be a floor. And then two elevate. Where's elevate? X. And then maybe a correction. Floor 2 elevate X -1. God, it's been so long since I've done. It's been a long time since math class. Okay, so I think 8 divided by 180 multiplied by the input. Right, because that's going to go back. Okay. And then a floor, which is by decimal places. 2 of x -1 to bring it down. So if it goes over, so if it's like 9, it'll bring it down to 8. And if it's like under 1, it'll bring it down to 0. I think that is. I think that's. I think. God, I think. Because that's going to return. Because that's going to return the weight. And when we decrease, when we drop that, yeah, because this is going to bring us up to. This is going to bring us up to a segment. Okay, so this is going to bring us up to a segment of 256, but we don't want 256. We want 255 to get a proper binary. So we'll take 1 off. Okay, so that's going to work for. So 1 is going to be 12. That's going to be 2 -1 brings it down to 1. Okay, 1. And then 2 is going to be. It's going to be 11. Right. Okay. 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 All right. Freaking hell. Now I got a headache. Now I got a headache. Okay, so I got to make sure that instrument 1 is a bar segment bits. Okay. Because I think bits is another way of saying a binary. It's like a binary weight. I think that's what. If I'm reading this correctly, which the directions for this are really friggin' stupid. If I'm reading this correctly, bits is going to use a binary weight segment. So if I want a binary weight segment, I need to take the weight and I have to decrease it by 1. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. This is going to drive me up the wall. This is going to drive me up the wall. I have not done this. I have not done this shit since probably high school. Well, maybe college. Maybe college, but that was like 10 years ago? No. Shit, college. 20 years ago? Okay, so that's gonna bounce all over the place because our flow rate is kind of all over the place. So, but now our problem is we're not getting a proper display. It should be filling by weight. It shouldn't. If that display should be filling by weight, it should be like maintaining. Uh, it should be dropping down. Although our flow rate is probably fluctuating like a son of a bitch. So that's probably where the oh yeah, look at the flow rate. Flow rate's pulsing. It's a pulsing flow rate. Like it comes down, goes up, comes down, goes up. Probably because it can't pull it fast enough from there. Likely. Like I wonder how it would change if I had two lines hooked up instead of one, or if I had it directly connected. I wonder how the flow rate would change then. Because that's whoops. Not a port. What the hell are they called? Anchor. Because these anchors, I think they have a limit. I think the anchors have a limit that pipes don't have. So if I had more of these, just for shits and giggles, I can't do that over here because of the way I have it set up. I'll have to change the setup over here. I'll put it out here just for now. We'll put we'll put 4 there and 4 there, and we'll hook them up and just see how the flow rate changes. Because again, from what I read, there's a flow rate limit to pipe systems, but it doesn't say anything about doesn't say anything about a flow rate limit on hoses, which I'm willing to bet is probably a lot less than a pipe. So I could be shooting myself in the foot by actually using a pipe system instead of using a hose system instead of a pipe system for this test. I could be shooting myself in the foot, so to speak. But you know, trial and error. This is how you learn. So what do I need here? I need a T. I need a T there, a T there, a T there, and a corner here. Simple. All right, now let's hook these up and see what our flow rate is. I know the flow rate for electricity is practically unlimited, but the flow rate for fluids seems to have an issue. Why are you bitching? Oh, because you don't have a flow rate anymore. Okay, whatever. I guess I'm okay with that. All right, so now we have 4 hoses here. 4 hoses here. Let's see how our flow rate changes, or if our flow rate changes. Might be more stable, might not be. gauge is completely white. So our flow rate is pulsing still. And we have... What's there? What's our flow rate over here? Our flow rate is... Yeah, it's still pulsing. It's still pulsing. I guess the easiest way to tell our flow rate would be to look at this air valve. 4.9. 4.89. That's the easiest way to look at it, because we can see the fluid going in, we can see the fluid come out. We can see the fresh water going in. Like, we're at 70 liters already, pretty much per tank. Each tank has like 70 liters in it, 80 liters. So it is processing, and it is processing at a pretty high rate. Line pressure is, 19 to 20, and the flow rate is just, it's kind of... I would like to use the bar graph, but I don't think the bar graph's going to be good for us. I don't think it's going to work as nicely as I want it to work. So we'll go back into our controller here, and we'll clear it out. I don't know if my calculations are right anyway, but we'll clear it out. So reading from the pump, or from the, yeah, there. Okay, so we'll just update and save that. Save there, and we'll update it there. Okay, and we will change our front display to a dial indicator with a maximum value of 180. There we go. And there we go. So we have a maximum flow rate of 180 on our indicator. I kind of want to move this up, though. Being totally honest here. Clear content. Where are we? Move cut up and paste, because I want to put some feet on it. Fish pads. Let us put some feet on this unit. Really? Really? Okay, well, in that case, we will have to square up these corners. So these are both the same corner. It is this guy, pipe angle corner. So we will have to do a pipe angle corner here, and the pipe angle corner there, and then we can put our little shoes on it. Like so. Okay, and we have our hose connections. Alright, let's do the scan. All of this for a desalination plant. When we were here originally to edit our sub, or not our sub, our sea base. So I guess it is what it is. So our line pressure and our flow rate. Our line pressure is 25, 26. What? I don't know what the maximum I have for the line pressure set to. I don't know what the maximum line pressure can get to. What do I have the max set on that? Oh, 10. Let's go to 50. Let's set that to 50 max. So what I'm gonna end up doing is once this is done and working, um, I'll set this input hose back to just the one line, and then I'll save this build um, like that. So line pressure, got our system operating, our flow rate. Whoops. We'll just watch our flow rate here for a while. Okay. So our flow rate is like fluctuating. Our line pressure is kind of teetering. No, we're adding water. We're adding water. We are definitely creating water. We're definitely creating fresh water. So I would say that we are successful in creating a small desalination plant. I mean, it is fairly small. And it does create quite a bit of water. Like we got 400 liters. We have 100 liters in each, so we're at about 400 liters right now in that short amount of time. So I'm good with that. So the capacity of those little tanks is 187.5. So if I go 187.5 times 4, let's see, 1.5, 187, 750. That'd be 750. Okay, so that'd be 750. So that thing is hopping more than I'd have put feet on it than it was before. Okay, so anyway, 750. So we'll remove that. We'll put another dial, um, another dial display over here. Okay, and we'll max this out at 750. 750. Okay. Water tank fill levels. Plant. Oh, 750. Display name is not 750. Okay. Desal plant tank levels. Oh, fill level. Desalination plant fill level. Or tank. Uh, internal water storage. I'll call it internal water storage. Internal freshwater storage. Perfect. Now I need an adder. I need a 4-number adder. Oh, and thank God I did a strip one. Thank God I did a strip one. That'll fit nicely right there, beautifully. Okay, logic. You go to the display. When you are turned on, that is turned on. The pumps are on, the backlight's on. Okay, now I need to add up the contents. Amount of fluid in the tank. Okay. Amount of fluid in the tank. Add. Amount of fluid in the tank. Add. Amount of fluid in the tank. Add. And amount of fluid in the tank. Add. Okay. Now, if I go to paint mode here, and I need to go to the additive. I think it's additive mode. So, and then I paint this green. I want this display blue. Pressure display. Let's go yellow and yellow, I guess. Yeah, yellow and yellow. Okay. That looks good. And the feet gotta go. Gotta go. Can't do feet. Feet gotta go. Alright. Okay, so we have our fill level, internal freshwater storage, 10.78. That is lying. When did that backlight come on? That backlight should be on. Oh shit, I didn't hook up power. My bad. I'm like, why isn't this showing me anything? Because you're an idiot. Okay, so I guess this episode we're just gonna call it the desalination episode. I guess that's what we're gonna call it because I was gonna work on the sea base. I honestly was, and here we are, 5 hours into getting fresh water. that's where we're at. 5 hours of getting fresh water, which is I don't mind that because now we have a compact plant, and I am going to put this on the workshop. So we have a compact desalination plant that we can basically put in any build. So, and like I said, this will be going on the workshop. So, I don't look at this as wasted time. So freshwater is 57, 58, 60, 63. This one's at 68. And we add all those up, we get 290, 300. So this is definitely a good way to make some fresh water. Definitely a good way to make some fresh water. We got our flow rate and our pressure line, our pressure sensor. The one thing I want to see though is what happens when our tanks are full. I want to see the pressure reading when our tanks are full. So freshwater, full tank, full tank, full tank, and full tank. Let's see how different this is. Spawn it in. Let's activate it and see what happens with the pressure, the line pressure. Okay, our line pressure. I don't know why the tanks are full, and it's showing 613 as our maximum over here. So it says the capacity is 187 liters. We have 150 in there. So that doesn't make any sense. And our line pressure is holding steady at 25. $613. We have 153.25, 153.25. So the actual number is 153.25 per. So 153. 153 3.25. So times 4, we're going to have, that's going to be a 1. That's just going to be a solid number. What, we're just, 3, so we're going to end up back there. 5, 1, we're going to end up at 613, I want to say. 613. So let's adjust our little digits here. So when it's full, we're going to be at 615, not 700 salt. Okay. And our line pressure is going to be 25. Dang. I was just wondering if there's any way I can boost that with... If I put a bigger pump on here, if I can boost that up. But a pump, the pumps don't work that way. I would end up having troubles if I put a bigger pump on there. Because they have... Whoops. They have all different kinds of pumps. They have this kind, which is an impeller pump. They have this kind, which is a small impeller pump. They got this one, which is a large fluid pump. And I think if I was to toss an impeller on here, we'd see some much higher pressures. The only problem with the impeller pump is the water comes in on the one side and the motor's on the other side. So it almost ends up being a 3 by 3 by 3. Because you have to have something off, you have to have the water coming in on this side, you gotta have the motor on the other side, and then your fluid out at the top. So it's, like I said, it's almost a 3 by 3 by 3 to install that and use it. Is it worth it? Yeah, probably not. Probably not, if we're being honest. Would I love to? Absolutely. Because then we can get a pressure reading that's actually high enough that we can say the tanks are full. Because right now, a pressure reading of 25, we get a pressure reading of 25 all the time. It bounces up and down. So if I want to put in an auto shutoff when the tanks are full, that's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen at 25. Because then we're going to be shut down, all the time. So the only way for me to change that or to improve that would be to boost basically the fluid that I'm putting into the system, and that is problematic at best. One thing I can do is I can join these and get rid of that. That's one thing I can do. So I can clear up a little bit of space here. I don't know that it's going to be enough. I don't know that I can make enough space here. But I could try. I could try to clear up a little bit of space here to see if I can somehow get my flow rate up. Or get my pressure up, I should say. Not the flow rate, pressure. So erase that, erase that. Okay. I can't put anything on the back side here, unfortunately. So I think the idea of putting an impeller or something on here is just, it's not going to work. because I'm just not going to have the flow rate, or I'm just not going to have the room, I should say, back here. I can always put double pumps. I could put two. I could put two of these maybe back here. But even then, it's going to be. Actually, I don't even think I can. I can't, because I will have to have this come out, go up, and then it can't go into that. So yeah, cannot even do that. If I had them out one more, like out here, then I could. I would just move this inlet over one more. So I could do that, but then our valve here is going to be hanging out in the middle of nowhere. Because it'll quite literally be, connected off the end there. So that's not going to be good. And this little guy, I have the same problem. Because it'll be like, so water comes in from like here and out there, and then your motor has to be on the back. So like even if I hook it up like this, now the water's going out that way. If I rotate it like this, now I got a motor here, and the water's coming out this way. So it's unless, wait a minute. Oh shit, like that. I might be onto something here. Hold on. That's the fluid out. Okay. I can back this up as far as here and have it come in here. So if I do that, back that up to there, to here, put a star in there, that, three-way in here, this. If I back that up like that, I can move the flow valve down to here. Actually, I can move that whole input line. I don't need this here anymore, because I'll connect it down here, like this. So I'll go like that. I'll hook up the flow directional, the directional flow here. So that's my flow rate, which I now need to hook back into. I now need to hook that back into here. So flow rate back into there. Okay. This comes down like that and goes like that. Okay. Now I can put a gearbox in here. Oops. This way. And I can put a motor there. I put a motor here. And then I can go my on off. On equals 1. Put that controller on the back here. Because this needs to have, that actually needs to have a thing. And then when it's on, like that. And of course we need electrical. Coming from the battery. Okay. Program this as a 1-3, or a 3-1 I should say. 3 in, 1 out. Wait, did I do that right? 3 in, 1 out. Nope. I sure as hell didn't. One, 3. There we go. Switch you. And where am I here? Come on, brain, do the brain thing. Need that, and switch this down. Okay. So that should, I think that small impeller should pull more water than the big impeller. I think, or than the pump motors. Excuse me. So let's see what we got. And I really have to bring this episode to an end, so I'm going to do that right after this test. Fire it up. Line pressure 51.6. Flow rate 128. Look at that. We are ripping it now. Okay, so now our line pressure is 51. It's climbing. It's climbing. Because we're pressurizing the tanks. Okay, so if the line pressure goes above, let's say 55, we'll do a shutdown. The line pressure goes above 55, we'll do a shutdown. Which I should be able to program into here. Pressure sensor. Okay. So if it goes above, oh no, because that's just, oh wait a minute. Yeah. No. I have to turn that off. So if this is on, okay, let's get rid of that. If this is on, you know what? I can build the other into here. Hold on. Output to pump motor. And we're going to slide that on the end here. Number, output, properties. Let's hope we can handle that. Okay, and then output the pump motor, because this is gonna replace the 0-1 controller I put in there. So if that is on and that, then we will, okay. Yeah, that's going to be an and statement. This is going to be a 0 versus a 1. Oh, really? That's going to be a 0 versus a 1. So if it's on, which is the top one, right? Top one on, stop one. Well, let's stop on. So on is 1. Oops. On is 1, off is 0. Okay. Easy enough. Now, the conditional statements. We need an and. So if that is on and the pump pressure is less than, we need a less than statement. So pump pressure is less than, and I think we said 55. Okay. So if system pressure is less than 55 and this is turned on, then we will run the pump at full. If not, pump shut down. And that will not affect the outgoing pump. That only affects the incoming pump. So we will save this as our controller, and we will update, and hope the hell it doesn't destroy anything. Okay, it didn't. It just shot it out one more block. Okay, good. Because we can move it over 1 anyways. Clear. Resize. Let's grab our pump controller and shift her over 1. Cut. Paste. Merge. Eraser. For that. And logic you to there. Okay. So now, if the system's turned on and the pressure is less than 150, the pump will run. Pressure gets above 150, the pump will stop. So this should be the final iteration of this. We are at 5 hours and 30 minutes. Dear God, we're at 5 hours and 30 minutes. We have a functioning desalination plant that has an auto-off feature. So our line pressure is currently 51. Our flow rate is whatever. And our tanks are full. Ah! Perfect. Perfect. Internal flow rate shut down. As soon as it hits 55, she shuts down. Perfect. That's how we know the tanks are full. Because I don't think it'll hit that if the tanks are empty. We'll run one last test with empty tanks. One last test with empty tanks. Because I want the tanks to be empty when I save it anyways. So I might as well run it empty. And what we should see here is line pressure does not climb. I don't think we should see line pressure climb. Flow rate is consistent. Line pressure is dropping. Well, wait. No, it's going up. Dang. Okay. Do we not have enough? Well, no, because if we look at the capacity, the tank is actually full. It's full of air. The problem we're having is the tanks are full of air. And this can only move 4.36 liters per second. It's pumping out the air as fast as it can. But it doesn't really have anywhere to put it. Okay, so you know what? We will. One more adjustment. One more adjustment before we finish here. I'm going to take off the directional thing, and I'm going to give it more. I'm going to give it more exhaust. I'm going to give it more exhaust out the for gas. So I'll put 3 vents on this side. Oops. Capitals. So we'll put one there, one there, and one there. That should allow it to vent the pressure a lot faster. I wonder if these have a limit. I wonder if these have a limit to how much they can transfer. Because I believe if I use something like a nozzle, if I use something like a nozzle to get rid of the air, I bet you that would fire out a whole lot more air. Or like a fluid exhaust. I bet you that would fire out a whole lot more air. I mean, it's tall though. That's the only problem with that. Let's see what happens if we put a fluid exhaust on the end here. Instead of that end cap. Let's see what happens if we put a fluid exhaust. And then I really have to end this. I have to. I have to. I have to. 5.5 hours. I have to. Even though I'm having a great time here messing around with this, I have to. Okay, so this fluid exhaust, okay, that was up to 9. That jumped up to 9 there at one point. Now it's dropping down. I don't actually think the problem is... I don't think the problem is the fluid exhaust. Because the fluid exhaust jumped up to 9 at one point. Not exactly sure what the problem is. Why it's not releasing pressure. Like that line pressure should be gone the second it comes out of here. You can't compress an open-ended pipe. So I don't know where the pressure is. Because if you look at the tank, there's no pressure in the tank. So maybe what I need to do is, instead of going with the pressure from the tank, maybe I need to... That means pulling another number. Instead of reading the internal pressure of the tank, I think I almost need another controller. I almost think I need another controller. We are never ending this episode. We're never ending this. This is it. We're stuck here forever now. We're stuck here forever. Okay, let's... This whole nonsense goes. Bring that down. Get rid of this last one. Okay, save it. Update it. Okay. So we need a new controller. We need a motor controller for the desalination plant. Uh, new properties. D. Here we go again. Desal. It's spelled differently than I think. D. It's spelled differently than I think it is. Desal in. See, I would go ization, but I don't think it's ization. I think it's just A-T-I-O-N. Desalination. Desalination plant uh, pump controller. Oh, pump motor controller. Okay. Stops. Input pump when tanks when tanks full. When internal. Stops input pump when when internal desalination tanks full. Okay. Okay, so I need a toggle. Main system on off. Okay. And I need an input from the number, input from the tank fill level. Okay, and an output number, output. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this a generic motor. I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm just gonna make this a tank based pump motor controller. Stops input pump when tanks reaches configured level. Stops input pump. Stops pump motor when fluid tanks reaches configured level. Okay, tank-based pump motor controller. Sure. Okay. So main system on off, tank fill level, and output to pump motor. Okay. Symbol. Let's go IO off on. Well, I guess that's input output. IO this will actually be useful on a number of things. Um, I could use this on like uh, my oil tankers and stuff like that. So it'll automatically turn on and off the pumps when the tank's full. When the tank's full, it'll auto shut off the pumps. Um, or like my skimmer for my oil skimmer. So it'll do the same thing when the oil tank's full, shut it off. Um, yeah, so I see this as being a win. All right, so let's go here. We have our inputs. Okay. And we need a property. We need an input property, property number. Okay. So if we're going to calculate here and here, we're going to use an AND statement to control the switch box. Okay. We'll use an AND statement to control the switch box. So on and off is going to be our first AND, and the second one is going to be if the tank, or if the property number, is less. If the property number is less than the tank fill level, then keep her going. Okay. And then we have our on and off controls, which is, well, off is 0, on is 1. Oops. Okay. So if I make this a generic controller, then I can use it in some of my other builds. So there we go. So we take the property number, we take the tank fill level, and we check those. If the property number, which is going to be the tank capacity. I guess it doesn't even need to be a fluid. It could be an air tank. No, fluid tank capacity. CP capacity. Okay, and you'll enter a value in there. So fluid tank capacity, the tank's actual fill level, and the main system on and off. So if the no, that's I got that backwards. Okay, so if the tank fill level is actually less than the maximum tank capacity, yeah. So if the fill level is less than the capacity, then it sends a signal, and if the system is on, then it will run the pumps. Okay, we got her. A little confusion there for a second, but we got her. All right. So what did I call this sucker? Tank-based pump motor controller. Let's call it something else. Pump controller with auto stop. Pump controller with auto stop. Auto stop when full. Pump controller with auto stop when full. Tank full. Pump controller. No, motor. Pump motor. Controller. With overflow prevent. There we go. Pump motor controller with overflow prevent. Alright. Or overfill, I guess. I guess I could call it overfill. Okay. I don't think it actually names that. I think in the game it's still going to be called tank-based pump motor controller. Yep. We'll slap that right on the back right here. Logique. 2 there. Our tank fill level is being added up here. There. Our on system is here. Okay. And our fill level needs to be at 615. The fluid capacity is at 615. Shut her down. Shut down the input pump. Okay. And that way we're not messing with the pressure. I mean, we're still reading the line pressure, but we're not actually using the line pressure to determine if the tanks are full. We're just, if the tanks are full, shut her down. And then that way we also have a built-in, if at some point in time they decide that, you know, if you over pressurize lines, they're going to blow up like the friggin' boiler used to. I don't think it does anymore. But if they come up with that, you know, in the future and say, oh, if your boilers overload, or if your pipes get over pressurized, they'll blow up. Then we can sit back and go, okay, well, you know, no overpressurizing. And we can set it up so that the system shuts down if it overpressurizes. But in order for them to do that, they'd have to fix pressure to begin with, because right now their pressure system kind of sucks. All right, let's spawn this in. I left one tank only 80% full. I filled the other tanks, just so we're almost there. Why are we at 630? That makes no sense. We can't be at 630. Well, it's because there's friggin' air in the system still. Okay, I'm gonna turn this on. And okay, the pump's running. Oh, now it's showing the proper value. So this tank is full. That tank is full. So now we hit. Is this tank full now? 156. 156, 158, 159, 159. Well, the capacity is like when we figured 150 something, 150 something. That's what we figured when they were full. So yeah, I think we're good. Even though, you know, even though this keeps going up, I don't know why it's keeping going up. The motor's not running. There's line pressure, but the motor's not running. Oh, it's going to keep going up. That's right. It's going to keep going up because the line pressure is going to still force the rest of the water that's in the lines, it's going to force the rest of the water through. So, whatever. I mean, it's okay. It is what it is. We're at 671.23. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm going to change the gauge to 680, and then we'll call it a day. So we will spawn that in. Okay. And oh shit, I gotta get rid of crap. I gotta change the inputs. So that's gonna run and it'll, okay. I have to change the inputs. Because the output, I still have one output, but I have 4 inputs. And I needed to reset that back to its original 1 input. Okay, fluid. Oh, anchor. I need a fluid anchor. Fluid hose anchor, there we go. Okay, we'll put that on there and we will paint that with the dark blue. Perfect. Okay, so now we're good to go. We have a functional desalination plant. Let's set our fill levels back to 0 because we don't want to cheat or in anything, especially if we're in survival mode at the time. So set that to 0, and we will clear that content and get our grid around our plant here. Get our grid around our desalination plant. Sure, we're grabbing everything. Okay, we have all the plugs, all the ports, all the motors and everything back here. We have all of our boxes. Nothing is excluded. Nothing is excluded. Okay. So we are going to copy this. And we're going to save it. Save content, and we will call it our... Here we go again. Here we go again. Okay, desal in Asian plant. Call it compact. Compact desalination plant. Okay. Save. And there we go, folks. A compact desalination plant. Done and done. And it only took us, what, 5 hours? Although, admittedly, we did start trying with steam. We tried a steam boiler at first, and then we tried a tower. We tried a diffusion tower, see if that would work. That didn't work. So, I mean, the only way we can really do it was with the desalination plant, and I wanted to make one that was compact and not ginormously ugly. So, I think we did good. I think it did good on this. It's mostly filters, but I mean, we got some microcontrollers in there, and we got some math in there, which, you know, math can take a hike. But yeah, when you put it into a build, you can actually remove this part here. You can remove that, and you can remove this, and of course you can remove this, and you just wire it into your build. But if you don't want to put it into a build, if you want it as a separate unit, there it is. And I am going to toss that up on the workshop right after this episode. So thanks everybody for watching. It's been a job. It's been a job. The hell? Oh, because I still have this up. It's like, what the hell's going on here? Okay, never mind. So there it is. I will resave it as this unit, and make sure it's all the way down. Okay, resave desalination plant, which should help. That should change the picture, so it doesn't look like crap. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Why does the picture still look like crap? Oh, because it's rotation. It's rotation angle. Hold on. No. Zoom over top of you. Clear content. Move cut. I gotta rotate. Not that way. Not that way. I need the controls at the front. There we go. Put it square centered. Okay, paste. Good. Merge, make sure it's all, yeah, okay. Everything's all merged, everything's all one. Okay, save. Then we'll go in there. It should look right. There we go. Okay, now it's facing the right direction. Perfect. Alright, everybody, well, that's it for today. Well, that's it for this episode. I might do another episode today. I don't know. It's been 5 hours. It's late. It is so late. It is so late, I can't tell you how late it is. So, yeah. What's next on the agenda? Well, I am probably, for next episode, I will definitely be tearing into my my sub base. Or not my sub base, but what do you call it? The I like that better. I'll definitely be tearing into the come on, English. Um, son of a gun. Why is my brain failing me right now? I will be tearing into the... Come on, come on, come on, come on. Sea base. Sea base, not sub base. Oh my god. Why couldn't I remember the word sea? We'll be tearing into the sea base next episode. So be here for that. That should be fun. Um, and yeah, other than that, I don't know what else we're gonna do. I definitely need to install this on the sea base. This is definitely going to get installed on the sea base. I'm going to have to undo the desalination plant I already made. Actually, no, I won't, because I didn't really make a desalination plant. What I made was a storage tank for fresh oxygen and put an electrolyzer in it. That's what I made. Uh, Son of a bitch. You know what I'm going to do next episode? Do you know what I'm going to do next episode? Next episode, I am going to make the companion to this, and I'm going to make a compact hydrogen oxygen processor. I'm gonna start a whole compact system. I mean, I got the compact generator. Now I got the compact desalination plant. I got a compact nuclear reactor. I'm gonna make um, a compact hydrogen oxygen plant. Why the hell not? Why the hell not? It can't be much harder than this. In fact, I can just remove this. I can remove this section from here, and well, no, I can't really do that because this has got tanks on the front. I'll have to build it from scratch. But yeah, okay. Next episode, guys. Next episode, we build ourselves a compact hydrogen oxygen separator, um, complete with storage tanks. Complete with storage tanks. Yeah. So we'll take the fresh water from here. We'll process it in there. I'm good with this. All right, that's gonna be it. So take care, everybody. This is Jodian signing off. See you. Well, we'll get back to the sea base sometime, but for now I will see you next time. Take care, everybody. It's so long. Bye bye now.